DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you?
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up?
won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズども
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh,
my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 24.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train
stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire.
some party, you acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party, you acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it.
Welcome back to the LPL, everybody. Lyric making his debut with a...
What was that? What was that?
I don't know. I was just like, how do I make this memorable for you to come back in? But welcome one and all to the LPL. We are back after the Lunar New Year, and we are feeling pretty good coming into the Year of the Rabbit. But yeah, Lyric, good to have you back. It's been a while since we've seen you on cast.
Yeah, you know, like I'm rocking the grandma vibes, which is, I feel like it's kind of fitting because now we have a lot of like new people coming into the LPL and
yeah, we're the oldies now.
Exactly, going to LEC. It's like it's just with color casters. I'm the old man. I'm the grandpa, and with you, these like kawaii vibes work. We get some games. I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
It's going to be a pretty good day, in my opinion. But we're going to see, you know, kind of where these teams go. We obviously had a couple of games, massive breaks, so lots to kind of, for teams to kind of, you know, maybe mull over, figure themselves out and stuff like that. But coming into today, it's a little bit of a kind of a tester or a taster to see where these teams are. Of course, we've got LGD coming up against, sorry, the last matchup, excuse me, was BLG versus FBX, where BLG trying to figure themselves out. FBX floundering a little bit, unfortunately playing 2 games before the split goes into the Lunar New Year break. Does end up giving you relatively different setups. And then Weibo debuting and getting the win over Top Esports. Big win for them, and big things for them, and the Emperor of Spring coming in for Xiaohu.
Yeah, I think it's just... I mean, 2 teams people expect to be towards the top of the table. Even BLG, even if FPX were able to push them a little bit, I think all these things are quite interesting. But the craziest thing to me is still the fact of IG, right? We haven't had that many games. Like, the schedule's still panning out. But IG were a team on paper who, in my mind, like, their roster was just straight up downgraded by the fact that Shun left. But yeah. IG coming into the split with a lot of cohesion, able to sit at the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean... YSKM, like, you should know me. He's making a little bit of a name himself. It's still very early days. Plenty of League of Legends to be played. And now that we start, we shall not stop, because we are going plenty into today's games. And that's going to be, again, like I said, a little bit of a standard, you know, kind of a figuring out where everyone's going to be setting up. We do have LGD and OMG playing. One of these teams will continue on their loss streak, unfortunately. The other one will get their first win of their season. But it is going to be interesting to see, you know, where everyone starts to settle out, because it's always a symptom of the LPL that I find, that it's like, once we start, we're like, we've loads of games, and then, you know, a couple of weeks later, we're like, there is no games left. You have to win. It's just a strange dichotomy of this league.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's nice coming into today that I really like that we have 2 teams that lost in week 1 against 2 teams that won, right? Because this is what's really going to help start cementing and solidifying in our minds where teams stand relative to each other. I mean, LGD looks surprising in their first week, especially bringing Meteor back. Both RA and NIP, I think, having some interesting pieces moving on. So yeah, Sheen, we're gonna our tier lists gonna get a little bit more filled out after today. No, I didn't make a tier list.
I was just about to say, I was like, what tier list did you make? I would be so curious. Like, which logo do I like?
My tier list was that I expect Weibo to win the split off of nothing other than pure mojo. But that was it.
See, you have Mojo for Weibo, and obviously it's a very Munchables thing. But I've got like Emperor of Spring, and that's why I think Weibo's gonna win. That's the difference, I suppose, between the two as we come into it.
I like how they're not playing today, and we already both come out being incredibly biased for them.
Absolutely. Next time we're playing Weibo, we will not be casting them because of inherent biases, of course. G2 win, Legacy Kings, and all that jazz. But we're going to see the teams coming out for our first game. Of course, LGD versus OMG, excuse me. And like we said, like OMG are it's interesting. LGD have had a huge roster shift in terms of where their entire team is. Of course, the new jungler Meteor coming back in after taking a bit of a hiatus. You've got, a lot of different moving pieces here versus OMG, who have changed nothing. It's the exact same roster that was looking into it last year, except for support, where you've got Jerry in there now. Actually, I think Jerry was in there last year as well.
Jerry was in there. He was behind Cole, but now having PP God. But like you said, we'll look at LGD first, because even from week 1, they're bringing in a bit of a difference. Of course, Xiaoshu's still up in top lane. They already hit on Meteor, but this week they're going to be playing with X2W, who does come from the LDL in mid lane. He was actually playing on like LGD's team for a little bit, but also spent some time on WE. His name stands for Xiao Qinghua, which means little frog. Quite adorable. Look at him.
I won't lie, like, I'm loving the intros, because if you can come out with some proper swag, and it's fine, that's still fine too. You can have a little wave, that's totally fine. But like, the IG intros are insane, man. I know they're not playing today. I know they're like, he did a movement there of like, hey, you meet someone in the train station, but you're not sure if they waved to you, so you just kind of go, oh, they didn't wave to me, damn.
A lot of the players, like, especially with the more like shy, meek little waves, I get it. Newer players, Xiaoshu, XQW coming in. Jinzhao's the one you would want some swagger from. I mean, heck, this guy's been at Worlds. This guy's been at Worlds with Aime back in the day. He's the one that should.
He's been around a long time.
Yeah, but like you said, OMG, pretty much the same team as before. Only difference is also bringing in PP God alongside Jerry. PP God wasn't playing the other day, but actually will be on the Rift today. So all of our Pong Pong Shun fans coming in, gonna be quite hyped. The PP God Pope himself, probably out there celebrating. Some nachos.
We can only hope.
Maybe some sushi.
Nachos and sushi?
I don't know.
Nachos and sushi. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna knock it till I try it. I'm not an American like yourself. I haven't completely destroyed others' cultures and foods.
Back when I was coaching, it was one of the things that all my players just couldn't understand. Was I would just always eat dessert first. Didn't matter what meal it was, just dessert, cake, something came before the actual meal. So, whatever dietary habits these players or the PP God Pope himself has, I'm not one to judge.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not here. Like I said, I'm not gonna knock it till I try it. So you know what? I'm gonna go out and meet you, and we're gonna go get some nachos and sushi and dessert before I read that.
I'm not too far away now.
You're not. You're only across the way. You're part of the. Well, no, across the pond would be the Atlantic. That's across the pond. But the little Irish sea, the little I don't know what you would call it, little estuary, I guess. But anyway, coming back into this game, of course, we have had the patch being played for pretty much every major, actually almost, I'm pretty sure saying that every single region has started up now. Everyone's playing now. So we have got a lot more information. And in terms of the game coming into this one here, it is, in my opinion, just an arms race in the bot lane. We are seeing so much in the LCK where it's just Kalista, Caitlyn, Ashe obviously being Heimerdinger. It just seems to be like whoever can bully the hardest gets the most out of it.
Yeah, 100%. And I kind of feel like hitting on bot lane and hitting on the meta overall throughout the world, I've kind of been surprised at such a wide range of like meta reads coming on in. I guess it should be a bit expected, right? Considering that it is just League of Legends as a whole starting up again, but things like those AD carries down the support position, especially being played in the LCK, weird things like the Viego priority was incredibly high in the LPL in that like first 7 days of games compared to the LCK where it was only played once. I believe in the LEC we had like Tristana in the mid lane coming out today as well. So I'm curious to see how much has changed from LPL players now that they've had time to play more games, get more solo queue in, and really figure things out.
Yeah, I think that's the thing for me as well. It's just a kind of a setup of having that kind of setup of like pushing yourself forward and making sure that you're able to know what is good for you. I think that's the big thing to come out of it, is that you need to know what's good for you, what's good for what way you want to play the game. And you know, like, again, like we're seeing such varying styles coming out pretty much across the board, where it's like, hey, we're going to play super aggressive towards top side. We're seeing a lot of elites coming back into the meta as well, like whereas other people are saying, no, the Sejuani's the way to go. We're going to put Cassante up top side. We don't need to do it. Jace is making a little bit of a returning. So there's a lot of different things like that that I find are definitely working a lot better for the sides, depending on how they would normally play it. Unfortunately, though, for LPL in particular, engaged supports aren't really it right now, and it does feel like they need to figure out the enchanter meta. But we're going to see what these two teams are feeling. We're going to see what those 2 weeks of game time gave for themselves, and now we're going to be jumping into picks and bans. LGD on the blue, OMG on the red, and Jax being taken off the board already, which means to me, like, that seems to be the pick into the Cassante. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cassante banned away as well.
Yeah, I guess now that LGD opted into not banning him out, OMG you'd expect not to be the ones to do it themselves. This could be LGD maybe trying to push him to and be like, hey, we can pick that up, and now you don't have the counter that you just banned out. But still, hasn't really been a pick we've been seeing first picked in a lot of scenarios. I'd be interested to see what Shanji would be willing to bring out into it, especially knowing Shanji's, we'll say, vivid champion pool that he's been willing to show in the past. I feel like a lot of things, it's still just about going towards these blind pick bot lane champions. We see Yuumi first pick coming in now, sitting up for probably that Zero Yuumi bot lane. But even things like the Lucianami, still incredibly potent. We see them pretty much contested in every game in every region throughout the world. So I wouldn't be surprised if OMG just opted into something along those lines.
Yeah, and I will say, I love that LGD are banning away Abel's Samira. It's just something that you kind of have to do. Abel has just been that Samira player for so long, but with the Yuumi being picked up first pick, we are going to see the Zeri picked away, and that's just something, again, that you're going to be seeing a lot more of from the sides, where they're kind of saying, look, where does our meta lie? How do we want to make this one work? The Yuumi works great with the Zeri, but it also works great with something like the Sivir, so bot lane kind of just ends up becoming this, as we said earlier, an arms race to see how big you can get your AD carries.
Yeah, Sivir would be the expected. We've also seen a little bit of Ezreal played throughout the world with it as well. It feels like things have really opened up in terms of what teams are willing to play alongside these enchanters. The Cassante is still something that's on the board as well if LGD did want to go for that here, especially with 2 top lane bans given out. You would expect to see that given a little bit more prio, but no, Meteor going straight towards the Maokai. And I'm kind of interested by this because Meteor has been one of the players who it feels like LGD been fine leaving jungle towards second rotation because he's willing to play anything. We look at their first series, 3 different jungle champions, the Nidalee, the Zac, and the Skarner coming out. But this time, gonna keep it stock and standard. And
I love that you brought up as well Meteor and his champion pool, because like Meteor in 2019, I should say, and 2020 was like a big jungle prospect. I personally, when he was on BLG, was a massive believer, if you will, in this guy and thought he could do so much. It did unfortunately just feel like every single time he went to different games and different teams and different setups, it just didn't really work. It kept falling down and down and down, and of course he didn't get a team last year. So coming back in, he has got a lot to prove, because again, a lot of people tethered him as this next generation jungler to kind of, you know, rival some of the people like, you know, which ended up being like, you know, Shun kind of coming into that spotlight. So want to see what Meteor can do with these picks, want to see what he's able to kind of make. And Maokai is just so powerful. We have seen it so heavily prioritized and just banned straight up in all the other major regions because of just the presence it gives you. The saplings eventually go from taking 100 health to 1,000 health to 1,500 health when you build full AP. It just becomes monstrous.
Yeah, especially having point and click against the mobility on the enemy side is going to be nice, but after OMG sending out so many top lane bans, they are going to end up with the Cassante themselves. But I like LGD's response, bringing out the Gnar and the Irelia. Gnar is something, again, that was played so heavily in the LCK, but we didn't really see it at all in the first week of LPL that we've had so far. And Irelia against Kassadin, XQW just going to look to bring it to Cream in that mid lane matchup. But with Sejuani coming out on the other side, opens up a pretty decent 2v2. Of course, so Cream's still going to need to be able to get those early levels under his belt. You kind of expect Aki to put a bit more attention towards that top side in the first few levels. Try and pick off that mini Gnar who's just so easy to gank, especially having that passive able to come out, and then putting all of your eggs in the Cream enable basket later on.
Absolutely. Again, you're looking at huge scaling coming out from OMG. K'Sante just becomes his own force of nature eventually in the later stages of the game. Of course, you will have the Kassadin doing Kassadin things, but on the other side of that as well, if you're able to get the ball rolling with this Irelia, if you're able to get that movement happening where you're able to get onto the backline so the Zeri just becomes irrelevant, there isn't a huge amount you can do to try and stop her. Like, this Irelia, if she gets going, will just keep going, and it's going to be a lot on, you know, Aki and, of course, on top side for Shanji to really try and stop this Irelia from, you know, in the team fights from getting onto that backside.
I will say, though, that's one of the things that kind of lets me like OMG's composition a little more, is that it feels like OMG's comp, I mean, you have a nice spread of magic damage in AD, you have like a solid front line, you have a Lulu coming out to enable all that. So you look at LGD side, I mean, almost all your damage heavily indexed into only being physical, and a lot of it is going to rely on that Irelia getting ahead, and then taking Kassadin out of the game, but also in the mid game, like you said, able to make its way onto the back line, utilizing the Yuumi, get those heals off, get the sun coming out from her ultimate. So if XQW doesn't get ahead, it just feels like the game's going to be incredibly hard to play for the side of LGD. I don't know if they'll even have a win condition without him.
Yeah, they need this to happen if they were really, I'd say, to really have a chance in those mid to late game team fights. But we will have to see. I have plenty, I'm sure we all do, of experience with a Yuumi just attaching themselves to a very fed laner and not giving a damn about the bot lane or anything else. So we will see how it goes. We're jumping onto the Rift. It's game one of the day. Welcome back to the LPL. Of course, a debut for 2023 for you, Lyric. And honestly, you know, I was hoping we wouldn't get things like K'Sante and Yuumi for your first game, but unfortunately we did.
You know, it's better that we get them out of the way now than compared to later. And you know, even though K'Sante's been an absolute menace, there have been regions where he hasn't exactly been working out. I think, what is it, the LEC, he has you know, let me just pull it up. 4 wins and 12 losses. You know, not doing the best all over the world.
I believe he has like a lot of solo kills. Like, he gets the 1v1 for sure. I don't know exactly how good it is, but I'm 99% sure that Medic tweeted out the other day that like he has like a lot of solo kills in LEC. But yeah, I mean, it kind of works again. Like, it's one of those things that, like, yes, you get a lot from your ultimate, but because you are in a situation where you have to obviously sacrifice your tank stats to then get the damage, you put yourself pretty vulnerable. And with the addition, if you will, of like the single target CC that we've been seeing so much of from the bot lanes, it does end up meaning that if you get caught, you can't just be bursted out.
Yeah, 100%. But now looking at the lanes, I mean, Shanji gonna be able to have a fine time in this matchup. Sure, Gnar does have the range to be able to play against it, but that low cooldown time on the Q just gives Shanji a lot to work with and threaten those all-ins from coming out. I feel like for OMG, if you can solidify Prio in both top and bot like they have now, it should be quite hard for LGD to make any plays towards mid, because usually be about, you know, maybe rotating your top laner or your support over, trying to set up some kind of dive on the Kassadin and then making your way into the enemy jungle. But with the fact that you have a Yuumi and, again, both lanes right now just not having Prio, doesn't feel like any sort of plan like that is going to be feasible anytime soon.
I like the little path thing we saw from Aki there. Obviously, they did put down information that, hey, probably have a ward on our Raptors, so just avoid that. Don't give away the information. As Shanji doing what Shanji did pretty much in 2022, just owning the lane again. I'm very excited to see if he has got any crazy counter picks. He was kind of the vanguard, if you will, for the Shyvana top lane that kind of had a little moment in the sun during 2022 summer. It definitely became a little bit more potent, I suppose, towards the later stages, and other regions, including like LCK and such, were starting to pick it up because they're like, oh, this works really well.
Yeah, Shanji always has been the man not afraid to pull things out, and I like that. Hitting on something you were talking about earlier, right, is seeing where teams go with this meta, because it definitely feels like it's still very bot lane oriented in my mind, especially with the picks that we have coming out down here. But in the LPL, it's always been about picking your poison, playing around what is best for you. And OMG found pretty much all their success last year just sending Aki up top lane and ganking for Shanji on repeat and allowing him to be that big carry force.
It's a bit of a young lineup, but definitely a storied one, of course, with PP God coming in over Cold. Cold no longer was one of the, if not the longest standing member.
That's crazy.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, Cold was still on this team back when I was coaching in LMS and we faced them at Rift Rivals. Had to be 2016 or 2017. The guy's been here for so long. But at least his shoes being filled by someone who showed up many splits. I mean, even just looking at the run V5 went on last year, it was sad that they weren't able to make it to Worlds, but PP God was, I'd say, a large part of the success down in that bot lane 2v2 that Victory 5 had.
Oh, absolutely. I will say, like I said earlier, I have to stop myself here. Is top lane taking some pretty bad trades. Doesn't land. The last bit of damage there, and the tower takes 2 little taps on the butt. To say, all right, Casanti, you're good, but you're not level 6 yet. You can't take that fight, just as we see mid lane going in. And right now, it seems to be a dichotomy. This is the mid lane that we talked about that needs to go well for LGD. Ooh. And that's a force flash. Oh, no! Kept himself stationary, and now Cream's got himself an advantage.
You know, I still like it, though. Xiao Qinghua coming in from the LDL, playing his first game on stage with some guts, trying to set up for that solo kill. He knows that in this matchup, he has to try and snowball, get ahead early, and be the one to take over the game. He goes for it. Sadly, again, just a little bit too far forward, taking so many turret shots. Opens up for Cream to start making his way towards getting online even earlier than he should have.
I mean, this is kind of disastrous. We talked about it earlier, that you don't really get an opportunity here if this Cassidy gets going, if this Cassante is just left to be pushing in. And you can see in the bot lane as well, 10 CS lead on a Cole. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, like you said, you like the play, but it was just a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, I mean, goes in, you know, procs the mark with his Q, is able to force the flash, but then taking those 2 extra turret shots to be able to go for it. Definitely not worth it. And this is why we were hitting on, right, that a lot of times when you're trying to focus this Cassidy lane, it's not only about having the strong counter pick matchup in mid, it's also about bringing strong side lanes so you can start opting for these dives. Even though mid lane is an incredibly hard lane to dive, Cassidy is one of the champions that kind of makes it possible with how easy he is able to kill in these early stages. But not going to be able to find it. It feels like now, I mean, heck, he's level 7. He's going to have that Rift Walk online. It's going to be a lot harder to get anything on the Cream.
Yeah, I mean, the Rift Walk is going to just make it so difficult, especially as the Maokai, because even then, you're going to put yourself in a bad situation. If he goes to twisted advance forward and then he just pops himself behind the turret, the Aurelia can't follow, you're in danger. You need to leave very, very quickly, but we'll see what they want to go for. Of course, we are going to see Cream most likely going towards that Rod of Ages start to try and get that early stacking going, get that extra level into him as fast as he possibly can. And I am happy to see the Rod of Ages back. Obviously, it did feel like for a while there, mages, specifically the control mages, likes of Rise and Cassidy and stuff, just kind of weren't...
Singed?
Oh, we're going to see. No for it, but Rift Rocker. Too easy. Too easy.
You know, to me, that was the biggest sadness of Rod of Ages going away, was like seeing all the Singe mains disappear and all the... Oh, we need to stop talking about Rod, though, is... actually going to continue.
There we go. Twisted advance. Exactly like I said it would happen. Cream is going to get caught up, though, and ignited down. He's going to not be able to get away from that one. Flawless duet was just that. And with the Yumi jumping on the Aurelia's shoulder, it's exactly like we thought it would be. They're going to try and put all their eggs into the mid lane basket.
Yeah, the reset timing from Jin Zhao, a little bit swifter than what came out from PB God. You can see OMG seeming confident in taking that fight because they knew that their Lulu was following up. Shanji also does have Prio in top side, but the amount of burst still able to come out from this early mid-game Aurelia is still quite devastating. And we're going to see here, again, OMG are the aggressors. They feel confident taking this, but look at the mini-map of where PB God is. He's still nowhere close. You've already forced out one of the R's from Cream, and then with the knockback to set him even further from his turret, it just allows for the combination of Jin Zhao and XQW to make sure he goes down.
Yeah. It's a pretty easy setup of the Aurelia, very mobile in the early stages. Of course, yes, the Rift Rock is fantastic on the early stages, but it is actually Despite that, OMG still having priority topside and still able to get themselves that Rift Herald. So regardless of the kills, it is still objective leads going to OMG. And again, giving early gold to anything like the Cassante or even the Kassadin is just going to spell disaster for LGD. They need to make sure they're keeping tabs on where Aki goes in the Sejuani to make sure they're not just losing out altogether.
Especially when you consider that OMG are still the ones that are up in gold even through what's going down. LGD still seem very aware of what they need to do to win though, since XQW keeps looking for these trades, but the return trade from Cream still quite nice. And now Aki gonna look for something. And I love the philosophy of plays like this. I mean, this is his first game in the LPL. If you can try and set up for his over-aggression to come out and set him behind, could be very hard for him to recover.
Oh, swing and a miss. We'll get a little bit of damage down. Ignite from the spellbook means that Cream gets him down to about a third of his HP, but XQW going to be just fine underneath his turret, soaking up all of these minions. But the thing is that, yeah, like you said, if that's a kill there, then that's all of a sudden a Rift Herald. That's 3 plates probably as well. This Kassadin gets all the money he needs in the world. There's nothing you can do, and it's just a very bad time. So little, small, important margins to make sure that you do not fall behind as LGD's top laner gets a little bit of free time here. Don't think he'll get the second plate, but
I'm trying to remember who it was. You know, we actually have a lot of like small trading in this game, but I remember there was one mid laner who came into TT. Oh, maybe it was Captain. When like Captain first came in, and you just saw him get ganked repeatedly,
Oh, yeah.
and it just felt like this guy really never even had a chance to
that
play.
was so
And
unfortunate.
he had like one good game, and then team just started hard camping mid. And then, you know, sadly for Captain, UCal came in, and we really never got to see him again.
No, it was an unfortunate setup. Captain was touted as an LDL kind of prodigy coming into the LPL, but just wasn't to be. And that's the thing that, you know, you see a lot of the time with a lot of big players and big prospects is that, yes, you may have the backing and the skills, but if you just get hard countered and you can't deal with that, then there's just not a lot you can do about it, mate. I'm sorry. So, gonna see a flash here by XQW to make sure he does not get caught out, but with the bot lane of OMG now roaming up, they are trying to funnel all the resources into Cream and make sure he gets everything he possibly can to make sure he is as safe and as happy as he ever could be.
And I also really like this coming out from the side of OMG, because when you look at it, top lane doesn't really face too much threat. Even like a gank from Meteor feels hard as long as Shanji has a little bit of vision down, doesn't have any now. Bot lane should be a bit of a stalemate. So your real objective should be making sure that XQW gets neutralized. So if you just keep Aki around mid consistently, it feels like the amount of options that LGD have to even make early plays are very limited.
This has just been farming the bot side for both these AD carries. Normally the Sivir is totally fine with that, but again, you're against the Zeri, so not something I would be advertising to do all the time. As Aki and Cream now trying to see if they can maybe deal with this 2v2 in the mid lane. Not really feeling it right now. The flash twisted advance is going to be good. That's a great ultimate there from Aki to stop the ensuing Aurelia, who can't really get onto the Sejuani, and that's a couple of summoners burned, but at the end of it all, it's still OMG, in my opinion, who come out on top.
Yeah, Cream, having the spellbook, was able to throw out the exhaust so XQW couldn't make it any further. They're hoping to use the burst potential they have now to try and find these advantages, but it's even just pulling members of LGD away from their turrets. We saw they're down on the bot side. It opened up for able to take more plates, and right now OMG just being such a nuisance. And to be fair, right, with some expectation setting, it's like, with OMG keeping a majority of their same roster, they should be favored coming in. They should be one of these teams who are able to pick off early wins just by the fact that they should have things like a system and like practices implemented as compared to LGD, who are having to rebuild from scratch.
Absolutely, and again, like you said, they have the ability to be able to almost instinctively know how a player is going to play, how they want to try and move around the map. They have all these things built into themselves. They should be, in theory, able to make these things work in a much more cohesive manner. But right now it is definitely turning into a little bit of a snowball against LGD. This mid lane has just been funneled gold right now, as we can see Cream looking to try and get another plate there, but not to be getting it. But again, don't forget, plate's got some more gold now. They're no longer as cheaply given over. 175 per plate is significant, especially for something like a Kassadin that is just stacking and stacking and stacking the longer this game goes on.
I mean, he's already been sitting on his Rod of Ages for a little bit now. You can see him making his way up towards his next item. And they're just still in such a great position. 2 dragons on the table as well. XQW not really having any other options other than to try and look for these all-in trades. It's what I really has to do anyway. Like, if you want to win trades, you have to look for those all-in opportunities. But especially now, with her not having her flash, it just makes it so dangerous.
Oh, we're going to see a bit of a move here as the all-out for Shanji as he goes all in to try and deal with the Mega Gnar. But nothing really going there. And this is why you pick the Gnar into the Cassante, with your Hop and, of course, the Boomerang and stuff like that, your extra range. It's very easy just to mitigate a lot of what you're doing, or a lot of what Cassante wants to do in terms of that early setup. But maybe they still want to go for the dive. You're a mini, and you've been knocked up and sentenced to death. There's nowhere for you to go. As I say that, they're going to reset the aggro, get themselves back in. Good flash. These are some good mechanical plays coming out here, but it's not enough. That was so close to being God tier from the LGD top laner, but sadly, he shall fall to the top lane gank.
Xiaoshu just sidestepped all of that so well. The flash is beautiful, but kudos to OMG. Aki just knowing, hey, I'm going to hold this aggro. We need Shanji to be the one dishing out the damage. It actually started out in reverse where Shanji was the one taking third aggro, but now we're going to see what Meteor can do.
It's so
Difficult.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Nah, I mean, million dashes Cassante. That's what people got. A million dashes and a million bits of CC to get him away. So very, very difficult for a lone Maokai without a first item to really make that one work. But with everyone going back, we do see some first items being picked up. Rift Herald has been started now by LGD. Cream just going down towards his bot side. And honestly, this is just perfect for OMG. They're not losing really anything else on the map. Yes, you're losing the Rift Herald, but you're going to gain a turret off here anyway. So you're going to equal it out effectively in terms of the gold advantage. And importantly for them, it's going on to Cream.
He's going to be doing quite well. I don't know if OMG will be able to hold this in mid, though, so at least for the side of LGD, they will be able to get the trade coming through. But I wonder, with Shanji now making his way over, if they're going to try to threaten and engage here.
I don't even think this Rift Herald's going to be able to charge. If they're not careful, they're going to be able to get the eye. Glacial Prison was thrown out there to make sure they could not push forward there. Meteor now going to find himself face-to-face with with Cream, who goes very aggressive. The single target CC, but he's got the Lulu Well growth to try and just keep him alive barely. A little bit of shielding going in there, as you can see there. SQW trying to jump in, but Cassante brings him all the way out. And what looked like a little bit of an overextension from OMG, they still come out with the kill.
Both mid laners, right? Cream being a little bit too overzealous, going too far forward, gets chunked out. Wild growth forced out from PP God, but then XQW thinking it's his time to capitalize, kind of making the same mistake on the opposite side. And now, not able to get the mid lane turret. We can see the OMG gold lead is only growing since they were able to get that one in bot lane like we talked about. Cassante, a champion who naturally just loves to go for that Iceborne gauntlet anyway, with the slows able to come out. You think about it, ever since it was changed to only give armor, you look at LGD's composition, it just feels like a perfect fit up against what they're throwing at him. And yeah, it just feels like the longer this game goes on, the harder it's going to be for LGD, as we see here. I'm not quite sure what Cream was thinking. They had all 5 members there. They know Gnar's bot side, so that's why they wanted to capitalize on and engage. But it felt like LGD were already out scot-free. But Ashina ended up working out as a bait.
Yeah, I mean, look, did he die, though? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. But, I mean, it was really unfortunate for XQW. He got a 3-man flawless duet that almost was able to give him the opportunity to kill off Abel, but just not quite enough. And now look at, again, you're looking at the item differential between the Aurelia and the Kassadin. A Seraph's almost built up and, you know, fully stacked here for the Kassadin alongside that Rod of Ages versus just the Blade of the Ruined King. And don't get me wrong, a Blade of the Ruined King is still scary for, OMG, Cream. I don't think your team's going to be able to help you here. You just get the lifeline, but that lifeline's only just going to delay the inevitable. But that's a pretty unfortunate timing, because while this was all happening, they were looking to try and maybe contest this dragon to get themselves on the soul point, but that's just not going to happen.
No, and I feel like this is actually going to be one of the things for LGD that's going to go quite well for them, as Cassante actually TPing in. They want to contest this.
They want this. They're going to try and jump on the Meteor. Remember, he's full AP Maokai. Not quite as tanky as you would expect. Shanji now trying to run away from the Gnar, as we do see Abel going over the wall, trying to see if he can still put down the damage. Yumi puts out the final chapter, and Cassante is dead. OMG not really looking at their paper, not crossing their T's or dotting their I's. They're going to try and get the Kassadin, the TP back in. Aki looking for a bit of a 50-50. They know they can try and maybe make this work, but they've really overextended now. Now they need to try and see if they can get themselves out OMG not feeling confident to pursue any further as LGD get the dragon and a couple of kills, and all of a sudden this game, which looked like to be snowballing in favor of OMG, kind of being gifted back a little bit to LGD.
LGD just doing all of this off of one pick and some questionable decision-making coming out from OMG. I feel like one of the big boons for them is just the fact that they have this Sivir. It's going to allow them to constantly push in these waves mid and give them the potential to look for the picks that set them up for that play overall. So with the power of LPC, if they just keep playing as that core unit around mid lane, it feels like it will potentially open up some avenues for LGD.
This is definitely not as convincing, I would say, from the side of OMG. But look, they're still in the advantage, about 1,500 gold. They still have a dragon ahead, as we can see now. Meteor trying to look to defend, but I don't think he's going to be able to go anywhere. He flashes away. LPC there with Jin Zhao, but needs to be very, very careful. Cream was on the backside. You can see Cream really wants to try and get on top of the Sivir, but it's difficult because you just have so much healing and control with this Yuumi on your back.
It is going to be incredibly rough for them to be able to do it. It just feels like it's going to be about more time for them coming out. Luckily, though, LPC was able to pick up a second item on base, so having a pretty good break point for him. And even though we've hit on like the amount of AD that LGD have, right, they at least have the Maokai able to come through and try to put down some punishment on the opposing side. So I like that LGD have kept it to where they're strong, try and play out for these tight-knit 5v5s. We're getting a lot of value out of things like the Maokai and Yuumi ultimates. For OMG, I feel like it's going to be a lot more about trying to separate them, just keep getting gold onto your Kassadin, and get to a point where you can really try and exploit through these side lanes.
Yeah, well, he's at an extra level now in a minute, or a little less than that, to be perfectly honest, so he should be able to keep himself up. It looks like he's building towards that Zhonya's Hourglass as well, as we now see LGD pushing 4 strong on this top side. It is a Cassante, so you do need to be very careful, very wary. And now OMG are bringing the cavalry. The brigade is coming in to try and make sure that they do not lose this turret or even this fight. Kassadin off to the wings. You can see him kind of moving forward with Ghost in the back pocket. Maybe going to make something work. They jump on the Meteor there with the Glacial Prison. That's going to force out the 2 ultimates from the Yuumi and the Maokai. They flash forward as the Aurelia tries to get onto Abel. The Baron's jumping in and saying, hey guys, I'm the 6th man. Here comes Gnar. And he's not even Mega, but he's starting to burn through these health bars. The Baron is an LGD sleeper agent, and he's making this one work. But remember, still a Kassadin. You're going to have the Mega coming out. He gets himself right on top of Shanji, who hasn't quite died. Never mind, he's dead now. But the Kassadin has hit his buttons, and the Kassadin equals out these trade. 3 for 3 so far. You got a Yuumi and a Gnar, though. 2 little Yordles moving forward to try and make this one work. Aki's just getting hit and hit and hit. Cream has no mana, which means he's just gonna have to try and back this one away, use the last of it to just try and rift walk. But at the end of it all, it's still a 3 for 3.
And it was just crazy to see, right? The skirmishing coming out from both sides. I mean, when you have so much mobility coming out, I'd say on the key champion on both sides, you'd expect it to be scrappier, to be a bit messier. And with that, with the trade going even, neither team going to even be able to turn this into any sort of objective. We can see it looked like OMG were getting out onto the map first, but we go into the replay, OMG wanting to try to force this pick. They know where Gnar is, so they know there's a potential of them getting collapsed on. But with the Zeri able to get away, in the flank coming in from Cream, it opens up for OMG to start an early victory on the fight. But the fact that Xiaoshu is just running down the bot lane of LGD, it kind of split the fight up onto 2 fronts, where both key sides were able to pick off some important members early on. And you hit on the sleeper agent, kind of, I think, inching it a little bit to LGD able to find some more picks than they probably should have been able to find Sheen. But still, at the end of the day, when you're coming out 3 for 3, I feel like for LGD, who were set a bit behind early, they're happy with this. Oh,
absolutely. Now you got the Black Cleaver here for Xiaoshu, so he's going to be feeling pretty confident in that side lane. You've almost got your Jack Show for XQW is really wants to try and pick that one up before this next fight, but 30 seconds, I don't think he's going to be allowed to. He does have TP should he decide that he has enough gold to try and TP into this, but we are starting to hit critical mass very quickly into this game. You've already got the third items nearly being picked up for both carries on both teams, and Mikasa just kind of pushing in this side lane with that teleport. It is going to be a little bit more difficult. 2-level advantage again. The power of the new Rod of Ages. You just get so far ahead so quickly, and once he hits level 16, those rift walks are no longer going to be just an escape tool. They're going to be an engage tool.
I mean, we already saw what they were doing before, and again, about to be even bigger. Now both teams going to start playing around
Cream.
finding picks, but for OMG,
I don't think this one is it, Cream. Yes, you've got the Rift Walks, but the single target CC that we talked about earlier, he almost takes LPC out with him, but that could be a Baron now for the side of LGD. They're thinking about it. There is a ward in the back of the pit, but they know they can't really give up this Mountain Soul point, because if they give the opportunity for OMG to get a Mountain Soul, their damage just does so little to burst out these carries. So they're making, in my opinion, the correct call, saying, look, we can take the Dragon. We don't have to go for the Baron just yet. We need to make sure that we're just getting more and more resistances.
I feel like LGD are just fighting off a lot of the... You know, I don't know why I went with fighting off. I don't know what kind of analogies to go with there. LGD are just...
You know what? I'm going to abandon this. I don't need to talk about this anymore.
You know, it's my first day back. I'm dressed up in my grandma lyric clothes. I get to do what I want. But
You know what?
LGD...
You're right. Respect your elders.
punishing the mistakes, because even with Cream getting picked off there, I don't know how the immediate call from OMG is not just, hey, we see so many members of LGD topside, let's just go for this Dragon. And even if LGD try to pivot into a Baron play off of that, I kind of feel like as OMG, you probably just need to accept it goes over, but you'll have enough time to get Dragon and still go for the posture if you believe that you can still try and threaten a 4v5 engage and force them off the Baron. So feels like OMG have just been giving LGD so many opportunities, not giving them anything to bite, but Cream might be going down again.
They've got the Shirelia's Revelry, but Cream is still trying to go over to safety. Again, this is something that we've been noticing a lot this game, is that yes, Cream is on Cassidy. Cassidy, exceptionally strong, almost has the Zhonya's. I'm pretty sure he's going to go back to pick it up right now, so there you go. His survivability is even better. But the single target point-and-click CC available to the side of LGD, if they waste it all on Cassidy, that's still a good use of using those CCs. That's still a good way to get this off the board, because Abel's just not going to be, in a position to be able to try and get onto the backline. So LPC, realistically, is just never going to be touched if the Cassidy's dead.
No, it's going to be rough, especially now at the 3-item mark. We can see he has at least beat out Abel in that department of being able to get these items online, especially with a lot of those assists that have been going over. Heck, even as a kill in pocket over Abel on the opposing side. So you can tell LGD would be very comfortable looking for a fight now. For both sides, though, we haven't really seen Summoners blown in quite a while, so both would be at full force going into any sort of team fight. But you can tell OMG probably want to buy a little bit of time for Abel to be able to pick up his next item as well. But now with Cream having the Zhonya's done, really does feel like this Cassidy is just fully online.
Oh, absolutely. Level 16. Zhonya's with the fully stacked Seraphs as well. See now, LGD going towards that Baron. They know that they have not got vision on it, effective vision anyway, for the side of OMG, and this is getting them taken very quickly. Cream jumps into the pit and just kind of confirms it for the rest of his team that yes, this is in fact happening. Abel taking about 300 of his own health bar. Cassante on a TP flank at the moment. They've got the Maokai jumping in on the PP god who's already dead. Abel has to flash away. Oh, stolen! Cream got over the back of the wall. It was so split about the fight can ensue. OMG need to figure out how they're going to try and get these Barons out as Aki leaves the Cassante to die. Triple kill for LPC. You get the fight, you lose the Baron, but LGD, what can you get out of that?
Still huge from LPC to be able to pop off so much. Cream might have been able to steal the Baron, but feels like LGD should be able to get a decent little bit out of this. I don't think Cream can even threaten trying to stop the push, but with the amount of gold they picked up, it looks like LGD just going to opt into backing off. We're going to see how much gold LPC has in terms of what he's able to buy next, and then just set up for the next Dragon coming on through, because hell, LGD are in a position where they might be able to potentially just stack up 4 Mountain Drakes.
I mean, that's the scary thing. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's very, very split right now, because you can see LPC and the Yuumi just kind of walking away from this initial fight, but Cream just getting it. I think it's blind.
Yeah, I want to see what goes on, because LPC's like, hey, I don't care. I'm just going to go kill their whole team by myself with the Yuumi. But Cream finding the time to jump in, Aki right alongside him for this fight to be there, and I mean, just the heist of a century comes on through. I'm surprised members of OMG start walking up at first, thinking they could contest the fight, but at least in the end, they were able to get out of there with some Barons in hand.
I mean, it kind of saves the game a little bit for them because, like you said, a minute's time, you're looking at 3 Mountain Dragons. And yes, some people might say the Mountain Soul is not the most impactful in the world, but when you're looking at a Kassadin who's looking to burst you down, all those extra resistances, you're just not going to die, especially for things like Ignar and Aurelia. Just so valuable on those kind of carries as we wait to see where we end up going towards this fight, because LGD are in the ascendancy. They're the ones that feel like they're making the plays as LPC. No flash available to him. We are going to see XQW just tanking that one up for his team as they wait to move this forward. Ooh, good ultimate, but Kasante's already on the backside. LPC needs to back away. Cream trying to see if he can burn this one down, and the rest of OMG are following up with him. They know they can make this one work. A shutdown onto the Gnar. There's nowhere for the Maokai to go. The Sivir is dead. It's all falling apart. What went so perfectly well has just turned into a perfect ace.
Absolutely insane coming out from OMG, and with the death timers, I mean, they're just going to be able to look for the end here, potentially. They have the Baron minions as well. OMG just takes this game out of nowhere.
All right, we stopped playing around. We're no longer going to do this. We got the Baron, and now we're going to end the game. That's it. That is it. That is how this game ended. LGD just felt like they were gaining so much from that Baron play, and then all of a sudden you blink and you're dead.
I feel like the biggest thing to take away from that last fight is the fact that summoners were blown on both sides, but when it comes to flashes, it feels like they are much more crucial for the side of LGD to have. Because when you look at OMG's composition, I mean, you have the Kassadin with the Rift Walk, he has so much mobility. You have the Zeri with the ability to kind of just slide out of there. Kasante up in top side, you've talked numerous times about all his dashes, so with all the flashes being down, I like that OMG recognized it was a pretty opportune time to find a fight. It's just so sad for LGD. They end up all getting wiped, and it leads to the game being over.
It just felt so anticlimactic, I guess.
Yeah.
It felt like we were going to fight around the dragon. It was going to be a whole thing that we were going to do. And all
then
of a
we're going
sudden,
to wait 5 more minutes.
Yeah,
so
it was going to be a soul. Maybe not even a soul. Maybe everyone gets 3 dragons apiece. And then OMG decided the game was over. So, Casa win, I guess. That's just how that one goes. But again, like you said, like, when the Kassadin gets to those late game items and when he gets to level 16 and beyond, the moment LPC gets hit on by one Rift Rock, the burst coming out is just insane. He even LPC had a Hex Drinker to try and mitigate some of that damage to try and survive. And you saw it right there. He went down about 200 HP before the fight had really even begun. And at that point, your Sivir's always backtracking. You can't really move forward, which is exactly how you want to play with a Sivir because, yeah, she's powerful, but she's also very short-ranged.
Yeah, it just became hard. And that's why I feel like highlighting that summoner difference off that one fight was really what changed the outcome. And hell, that means even walking back, how much more impactful that steal coming out from Cream was.
Yes.
Because LPC, in that instance, blowing his flash to try to find the kills. I mean, he did find the kills, right? Kills the enemy bot lane. They're steamrolling ahead, but just the fact that the Kassadin gets that, they can buy some time, and then they recognize the opportune time for the fight without the flashes. It was pretty much just the perfect storm of things coming together for OMG after the fact that they were the ones making a lot of mistakes in that early mid-game to even give the side of LGD a chance at reclaiming the game. Because in the early stages, it was pretty much all OMG. We can see it from the gold graph.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like why it was so anticlimactic because, like you said, it was all OMG. Then it was LGD making a really nice little move for themselves, getting back into the ascendancy, looking like they were kind of moving forward in the right direction, and then it just ended. But, like, LPC did his best. You can see the damage he dealt there was honestly insane and just doing so much for his team. But unfortunately, it's just not enough, and I think that when you have things like the Kassadin and the late game scaling of the Zeri, no amount of Sivirs in the world are going to be able to help you out with that. So it is going to be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow for LGD because if I'm an LGD player or even coach, like I could have won that. You could have won that game. It's just unfortunate that, like you said, you're just very dependent on your summoners, and you have to make sure you have them at those key moments. Otherwise, they're just not going to work for you.
Yeah, I'll still kind of take away decent things for the side of LGD. We hit on it in a game. New roster. They've been bringing in XQW today over Haichao. So for OMG, still pretty shaky despite the fact that they've kept their core foundation together and honestly brought in what is an upgrade in the support role and someone who's also an experienced shot caller from all like interview accounts of previous teammates that PB Gus had. God has had. So
Yeah.
I think looking at the next game, you kind of want to see OMG clean it up if you are going to have hope for them long term in this split. And for LGD, it's still just about bringing those small pieces together.
Yeah, I think, it's kind of, it was definitely shaky for OMG, but a win's a win, and you take that going into the next game. But we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually
my
went
God.
over to light.
Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. It actually, yeah, it's just trying to wait out this rotation
Window,
from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden too. Top Esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, two upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Aganar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Care also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪もかい
We're back. Coming after game number 1, which kind of just ended very abruptly. OMG taking the lead in this series, 1-0, looking to try and start their second series with a win after go to 0-1 in the first series. Welcome back, Lyric. I hope you had a fun time. I hope you had your cup of tea and your biscuits and you pet your nice 90-year-old cat. Because you clearly look like you have one. Oh, I want a cat now. God damn it. I'm
Sorry,
very
brother.
sad. I know.
We aren't.
It's all right.
Sometimes we aren't meant to have the things we want in life. You just got to accept it.
I know. Cat for Kobe, cat for me. But coming into this next game, before we get into, we got to talk about the MVP from game number 1. It was Aki who picked that one up. The man built nothing but HP, and he was just a wall of engage for the side of OMG.
Yeah, and I mean, right, giving out MVP on this one feels like it could have been spread across the board just because of the way that OMG were able to find this win. He was setting up a lot of the success in the early game, especially, like I said, kind of trying to shut down what that Irelia was wanting to do on LGD side. It did get a little bit mismanaged as we got a bit further in the game and they were losing out on some of those 2v2s, but a lot of that felt down to Cream getting punished rather than something Aki was doing. And Aki, one of the players who has been, I'd say, a pillar for this team, and as this core has spent more and more time together, I feel like the more consistent Aki as a player has looked himself.
Yeah, again, he's just always been very good. We talked about it earlier in the game, how OMG in 2022 were just very solid at playing towards Shanji in that top side, very good at just being basically relying solely on OMG or on their junglers to be their OMG engage. And with the new Enchanter meta, it kind of just feels like it's a natural fit for him just to, again, fit nicely into that slot of I am the reason we are able to get team fights. I am the one who knocks, basically.
And how he works with PPGon is going to be incredibly critical to how this team works, right? Because we know on OMG's old lineup, it was Cold and Aki, the ones who were the shot callers for the team, and it was their voices working together from what people like Cream and Aki were saying in interviews. And now with PPGod coming in, it is going to shift the dynamic a little bit, so maybe we can give them a bit of leeway on some of the messiness coming in, especially in their mid-game setups. But still, if Aki can keep playing well, you keep enabling Shanji towards the top side, because overall Shanji, I think, had a really solid game, and then you kind of just leave bot and mid to their own devices. It feels like that's still going to be the game plan for OMG going forward. But we saw Cream getting a lot more attention this game than like what OMG are traditionally used to giving him. So who knows? Maybe it is going to shift more to a bit of a focus in mid lane, especially when you have these champions like Aston that kind of need a bit of helping out to get through those earlier stages. Makes a lot of sense what OMG are trying to do. But we'll see in game 2, because moving to the side of LGD, again, it was XQW's first game in the LPL, and I still like the amount of moxie he brought in, going for those early solo kills, even if he was the one who ended up dying himself. You need confidence coming into a league like LPL. You need to look for those same plays that you were looking for in the LDL, and you can't let yourself get trigger shy now that you're up on the main stage.
Absolutely. I think that's the big thing that I was very surprised and just very refreshed to see, that he was willing to go for these trades pre-level 6, try and get that advantage, because if he gets the kill there, he probably gets a turret plate, he's probably able to get level 6 earlier, so it just snowballs from there. And especially on the composition like we talked about that LGD built for themselves, it was really relying for those early plays to be on his back. So want to see him try and maybe do something similar again in this game. Want to see him maybe try and be a bit more aggressive. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a little bit more jungle attention thrown towards him. Meteor just felt a little bit muted this game. It felt like he kind of went for stuff, but didn't really. And it was only as a reaction where he was kind of in the vicinity that he kind of acted to try and maybe make something work. So a little bit more proactivity from Meteor would be nice to see. But we'll have to wait and see where they end up kind of bringing their drafts right now, because you brought in the Yuumi last time, you bring in the Sivir. I don't think the bot lanes really were a huge difference maker in the early stages, but we saw how LPC was able to make that Sivir just absolutely shred through the side of OMG in that Baron fight. So wouldn't be surprised to maybe even see them kind of prioritize that again.
Yeah, and I think bot lane blinds are just such a strong thing to go towards early in the drafts right now. It feels like with a lot of these, especially supports coming in, and just overall like set duos, right? The Lucian, Nami's, Zeri plus Lulu or Yuumi. They're just very safe. They're going to be able to get what you need done very efficiently, and I think they're going to be able to bring that back. Now, going into game 2, we do still have the same sides actually appearing, and OMG, despite the fact that they won, still going to change their draft. They don't want to have to deal with the Maokai that Meteor was bringing through. I mean, that ultimate was just bringing so much control in a lot of those fights, and it was what was allowing LGD to find avenues back in those mid games where they were just playing as that consistent 3 to 4 man unit.
Yep, the Yuumi being banned away, but the Nami being hovered here. So normally we do see the Nami being picked first, as the Lucian generally doesn't need to be kind of picked away this early on. Of course, the Nami will be the more important part of this puzzle.
The bigger thing is it feels like you have more options, right? To where you can see Nami Draven, which OMG are highlighting right now, or Nami Lucian. To where if you take away the Lucian, I mean, it just opens up the enemy to pick away Nami, have the Draven as well, and you're left with, okay, well, what do I go with Lucian against Nami? You're gonna bring back, I guess, maybe like an engaged support, and it'd be a little bit awkward, but OMG maybe gonna have their own answer of what they're willing to go for. I'm curious to see what it. If we're gonna get a bit of flavor coming out that we've seen in other regions so far.
What have you done, Carrier? This is not the timeline I wanted, but I mean, it would work out as a very power. Again, it comes down to how bot lane's been going. It's a bit of an arms race. The more you can bully, the more you can make it work, but not gonna lock that one in just yet. Gonna get the Cassante there for Shanji and say, look, we're gonna take the better top lane matchup, and right now you gotta feel like, I was going to say, you're going to have to try and pick up your AD carry here in some kind of instance for the side of LGD. And even then, you know, do you really want to let your bans go all the way down towards top lane? So it's probably going to maybe be AD carry and a top lane ban here just to try and cover off all bases.
And it's really interesting kind of with how support is shifted up in the mind games that are coming into this draft, because typically this is where you would expect to see something, again, like the Draven come out, but with OMG highlighting, hey, we're willing to pick one of these marksmen into the support role and make your laning life a living hell, LGD are just going to opt for a Caitlyn and try to set up for, hey, you really can't pick anything against us that's going to make us struggle in lane. We have the max amount of range and sustain to be able to play with, even if this isn't one of the common pairings we really see all too well. But another difference coming into this game is with OMG adjusting their bans, it left the Jax open. So Xiaoshu going to be able to get his hands comfortably on this pick and have the better side of this matchup, especially as the game goes long. It's just going to be up to Xiaoshu to be able to get through that laning phase. We saw the fancy footwork there in game 1, him almost able to survive those dives, but OMG were just a bit too clean. Cream, though, what a signature pick, Ashin. You always love to see it.
Yeah, getting himself the Silas. We obviously know the Silas and the Akali were kind of his two champions almost exclusively in 2022. So Kassadin, I will say, leaves a little bit to be desired in that game number 1. Did well, but obviously Kassadin at the end of the game just kind of has to jump on the 80 carry. Not really much else to really do. And I'm curious as we come into the last few bans, because it's a completely off-topic question. How are you finding the early morning starts? You were a night owl in 2022. Isn't it?
casting LPL at 9 a.m. is so much better than casting LPL at 2 a.m.
I think
this is just OP.
I mean, I'm just glad to know you're happy. That's all I want in the world is your happiness. But let's see if OMG get that happiness themselves. They have got themselves a beefy front line. They've got some boys coming into this game. And you know what? LGD are saying, all right, we're coming to play. We are going to be throwing just as much back at you as they get themselves a little bit of a more of a traditional front-to-back team fight. And now you got OMG kind of answering in kind. So both teams looking to try and 5v5 this and then get on top of those carries.
Yeah, the only thing I'm not too sold on for the side of LGD is the Vi. I'm not really quite sure if there would be a much better alternative coming out, but I mean, you look at how their comp wants to play out, right? A lot of it's going to be down to this 1-4 setup coming on through. Both Azir and Caitlyn serving as those artillery pieces. You have the disengage coming from both XQW and Jin Zhao's ultimate. I guess Meteor does give them a bit of pick potential and like turn opportunity if a fight goes sideways, but you're also just giving OMG another way to engage on you with Cream able to steal away Meteor's ultimate. So you have to worry about Vile coming through, the Wukong jumping on you, Cassante getting on your back line. So to me, a lot of it's going to be about if LGD can dissuade, get set up first, right? Get the traps down, get vision laid out, and deny those engages. But it feels like OMG might just have too many tools at their disposal. With how short range they are, it does set up for LGD to find such a strong early game lead that they're never able to get close enough. But still, it feels like I'll always bet on the compositions that do just have to run in mindlessly and find the engage as compared to these ones that I think have a bit more fine-tuning to them, especially here in the LPL, where teams were really good at just, running into you and finding that perfect engage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it comes down to the ease of execution, really, and we've seen it quite a bit, but it's like, sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. You just need to try and put yourself in a position where you know that you're going to be able to get in with an engage. It's not going to be that difficult. It's why Vi kind of works as an engage tool, but again, the Vi will be very squishy in those early stages. You need to be very careful about how you end up kind of going for these early game fights as LGD, and that's why we see the Wukong being picked as an answer to it a lot of the time, because that burst when you get the Divine Sunderer available to you is just so powerful into that matchup. But we'll have to wait and see how it all ends up panning out. LGD already on the back foot, looking to try and bounce themselves back. Gyos ring through. It's been a while, Lyric, that we've had some very definitive Gyos coming through here. As OMG now move themselves into the enemy jungle. I don't know if they were spotted. It's kind of a lackluster. I guess maybe LGD are expecting this and just kind of saying, look, we kind of assume they're going to be here, but we're also going to assume that they're going to just kind of walk away from this. Ooh, no. He's going to go for him. Flash going to be burnt here. And they're going to try and kill him off. There's nothing you can do. That's first blood going over to Cream. And there's just not a lot else you can really do about that.
I mean, we got the answer to your question, though. They very much did not know that OMG had walked into their jungle. It's going to be a great start for them, especially with summoners going down. Both flashes were used, and with Cream being on the melee champion can be a little bit more punishing to play forward, but at least he still has that TP to, if the lane gets in a bit of a rough position, can be able to make it back. So OMG gonna once again have a nice early start coming through. And now I'm curious to see of how these lanes go, because LGD, they have the preferred matchup in top side. They have a bit of a stronger laning bot lane with the Caitlyn able to come on through as well and play with that range. But that might demand a lot of jungle attention from Meteor. And if OMG can find out where he's playing, exploit the other side of the map, it will leave openings for Aki to abuse.
Yeah, and this is, again, Aki MVP from the game number 1. Really gonna be, you would imagine, looking pretty keenly at that mid lane. Azir does have relative safety with that shifting sands, but definitely something that can be abused should you be able to get the abduct out and about. The Kingslayer as well can just do so much. His top lane is, I will say it is infuriating going against the Cassante and just getting hit back every single time and knowing that you're just like not trading as effectively as you maybe should be able to. But we'll see now. And oh, that's exactly it. No shifting sands. Abscond, abduct, and you, sir, are dead.
Doing a great job of punishing the fact that the summoners came out early on. You want to help Cream be able to find the all-ins in this matchup. They're going to be able to get the wave pushed in. And most importantly, without that TP, XQW not going to be able to answer it. Going to give Cream a great recall timing. And, I mean, for LGD, just not a way you can really start this game. When we hit on that, their composition kind of wants to be able to get ahead early on, play out from the range advantage they have, get setups on objectives, and just pretty much any area they want to control first. Now, with Cream being so strong, it should be easier for them to start finding these opportunities and get down the vision they want. They already have control of the spot side scuttle coming through as we get a bit of a replay of what happened on bot side.
Yeah,
Ignite coming out from Jin Zhao as well as heal from LPC.
Yeah, kind of very testy, I suppose. Very antsy to try and get rid of those summoners, unfortunately for them. As we can see now, Cream is going to walk straight into Meteor and just shift himself over the side of the wall. So no harm, no foul, as he's really trying to reset this wave. But again, it's going to be so difficult now to try and reset this one here for XQW because he's just not really in a position to take this one back, as we do see PP God taking a very poor trade there. But it was because LPC and Jin Zhao did get a back end, so they're going to be able to try and push this wave out, get themselves back onto the thing. And curious to see now where the side of LGD try and focus, because you are starting to see Meteor now, you know, moving towards that level 6. Where do you think he's going to try and focus his attentions to try and win back this early game?
I feel like you have to stay around mid and bot. You kind of just leave Xiaoshu up to his own devices in this lane matchup 1v1. Let him scale up to become that big monster. And if you can get on something like a Lucian, I mean, short range, if he does want to go for a push like we just saw, you really have to commit a lot of yourself to be able to get those waves in. I think that would be the easiest option. But with how much XQW's been getting bullied, it might just set up for Meteor to have to play a lot around mid. I mean, OMG going to punish it again. Nice sidestep coming out from XQW.
Yeah, it's still going to be taking a little bit of harassment there, as the empowered Mantra Q does end up taking about half his health bar. And honestly, we talked about it earlier. I've seen this before. TT's captain was not even their captain of their team. The player captain was in a very similar situation. And it's something we talk about all the time when new players come up from the LDL, specifically from them in the mid lane, is that if you're hard focused like this, how do you react? How do you deal with this? Because he only just got his flashback now, but he's just not been able to have any kind of semblance of control in this lane.
Luckily for him, he at least isn't Azir, right? So he's always going to have range to play with to be able to catch these waves. And if Meteor and Jin Zhao are timed to be able to play around the mid lane, he'll still be able to get those pushes through. But, I mean, coming into competitive and well, I guess tier 1 of competitive, right? He has been a player in the LDL, and having a team focus you so heavily could be a different experience. Is able.
Oh, LPC does have to flash away there. Doesn't have a heal to keep him safe. Jin Zhao taking down to about half HP as he gets that ebb and flow going. But this is probably the reason why you might want to be taking the Lucian before the Nami sometimes, because this powerhouse is just doing so much. This Caitlyn's just got no power. Look at this wave lyric. There's so much being lost here.
I mean, just the difference in the playstyles as well, right? For Lucian, it's all about those all-in bursts. For LPC on the Caitlyn, it's about whittling Abel down before he could do so. The confidence of him to just flash immediately after the bubble had ended was just so insane to me. I love Abel with the read on how much damage he's able to do. We need to remember back when he was with Cold, I mean, there were just some bot lane matchups and some duos where they were just able to come out so far ahead and really be able to just steamroll. Abel has always been such an up and down player. I mean, some of the most like memorable, we'll just call it what is memorable ints of the LPL, but also some of the most like brutal 2v2 lane wins that we've seen as well.
I mean, this is getting rough right now for LGD. OMG are happy as Larry because, like you said, LGD have to play towards this mid and bot. They have to see Meteor use this level 6 now to try and make something happen, but bot lane's already losing. Mid lane's not doing so hot right now. It's becoming harder and harder for them to make things happen, but with the movement you've had to do, you had to TP from XQW down bot side. You had to try and put LPC into mid, so it's all a bit shifted. It's all a bit all over the place right now as double pinks, just to make sure, are in that bot side. 10 gold, you would imagine, going over to Cream as he just pinged that one up. I like that little change. If you ping it, you can get that 5 gold for yourself. Means nothing in the grand scheme of the world, but does give you a little bit of extra cash, and that's all this game is about. It's all about the money, honey.
All about the money. I'm with you.
Yeah, oh man, absolutely. get that bag, and that's what you get that 5 gold from. But Meteor now using the fact that his bot lane were up in towards this Rift Herald to try and get this objective for his team. But he's got to be careful. Shanji's got the first move, and Cream is not going to let this one go without a fight. I lie. He totally is going to let it go without a fight.
I was going to say,
and bot lane is getting pushed.
I was actually really questioning what OMG were going to try to do there with Abel still just playing on bot side. I guess they do keep LGD around mid longer, the fact that they cut off this path, and Cream going to be able to get away from any potential engage coming on through. So for LGD, able to scrounge a little bit back. They still have the Jax to rely on later on, but Abel, he's going to get to his mythic so incredibly early.
I mean, this is so much free gold and just straight up, like, no experience coming in here for LGD. They're going on as like a death ball right now. They've kind of resigned themselves to playing a little bit of a pseudo ARAM as such, as they just realize, oh, we just gave up 4+ plates in this bot side to Abel, who's, as you said, going to get that Gale Force so early, and we know just how incredibly powerful this Lucian can be, and he's going to go back, and I imagine he already has it.
I love that you hit on the experience as well, because we look at mid lane with how much XQW is focused early on. We have a level lead for Cream. We have a level lead down in bot for Abel as well.
Ooh.
He's actually going to go towards the Kraken Slayer, trying to put out as much DPS as he possibly can. And now this is going to be where OMG start to really hit the power spikes that they've been looking for. Nothing they can really play around just yet with how low bot lane turret is. You can expect them to just look to lean to try to break that one down naturally, and then start setting up for plays on Dragon. So to me, that's what opens up Meteor playing towards the opposite side of the map and leaning up towards Xiaoshu.
Don't forget top lane is in here too. Because nothing's been happening in top side for a long time, and I don't expect it to change any way, shape, or form. But as we see now, Abel just being left to himself, pushing in these waves, constantly being a bit of a nuisance here to go for it. And again, like you said, just having that Kraken Slayer, putting out as much DPS as possible makes it so difficult. There's a 2-level difference now in this bot side. LPC is going to have to be so careful before he really try and makes anything happen here. And already Abel just kind of putting down the hurt, saying, look, you want to try and get some CS, you want to try and make this one work. It's just not going to happen, buddy.
Yeah, you know, I am a bit surprised he didn't go towards the Gale Force like you hinted on earlier, considering that it feels like a lot of OMG's win condition is going to be about their positioning around the setup that LGD are able to get, but we're going to see what he's able to do with this.
Wow.
Sidestepping just fine without anything for now. And this is what we just hit on, right? OMG just going to naturally be able to break open this bot lane turret and then start rotating this 2-man core of Lucian and Karma around the map.
I mean, it's not only just the bot lane turret, it's pressure around that dragon now. You're going to have a constantly pushing lane, basically. That's going to be very easy for you to push in. We just touched on as well, as you mentioned, the fact that the Lucian is getting so big, so early. Full gold and plates going to him in the bot side. It's a 3,000 goldie. We're 11 minutes in. It's only been 2 kills, but it does feel like OMG, similar to game number 1, just having total control of this early game. That is Berserker Greaves for Abel straight off the bat. He's kind of just saying, okay, cool. I'm gonna go fight this Jax or this Caitlyn. I don't need anything else to deal with. I just need to be able to kill them on a side lane or maybe just kind of assassinate them in a team fight. Nothing else comes out from this.
Yeah, and we're going to see how they use that to be able to contest this Drake right now. You can see Shanji going up for a back up in top side, so he's going to probably want to start pathing towards mid just in case LGD do opt into a fight on the side. Is LPC not exactly caught out, but some good damage coming through.
I was going to say, I'm surprised we didn't see Cream take away the ultimate there from the ace in the hole to try and maybe go for a full assassination. I did misspoke as well. It's not Berserker Greaves, it is, of course, the steel-plated toe caps, or whatever way they're called now. It's Ninja Tabbies, and we're all going to call it that. But now, with the Dragon being taken, you do have pressure in this top side, so Shanji's just kind of been left on an island to himself to deal with this. Jack's not really going to be able to do much else apart from just get that single plate. Rift Herald gets dropped into mid lane as Abel does put himself in a position to potentially defend it. They would love to try and stop this charge, stop this gold from going over. Don't think it's just going to be happening just yet. That's going to be gold going over to XQW. And while all of this is happening, it's a lot of toing and froing, a lot of your move, my move, is now we get Shanji maybe getting engaged on top of this top side, but with the Frostfire Gauntlet, it's so difficult to really take down this Cassante.
And I feel like now we're really going to start to see OMG able to push out their lead because of the lane setups able to come through. OMG's comp has, you know, an incredible 1-3-1. They can play out through both sides. If you look at LGD's, neither Caitlyn or Azir really feel too comfortable playing out in the side lane. Sure, you have the Jax on the opposite side, but Cassante's going to do a lot better job of neutralizing that matchup. I mean, especially considering that he still has his tier 2 turret, so Xiaoshu can't push it in that far anyway. As compared to LPC catching waves on the opposite side, he has to play near his tier 2 turret. He cannot match whoever they decided to send in that lane. So it's going to give a lot more freedom for OMG to be able to look to make plays. The big thing OMG are going to have to recognize is actually roaming Cream around the map, stealing away jungle camps, getting down vision, or you're just going to allow LPC to safely catch waves under that turret.
Oof. It's already dire straits right now for LGD. They do obviously still have a win condition with that Jax. You can see him kind of doing fairly well with himself, recognizing he was just going to be left to farm on his own. So he picked up a cull to make sure he gets as much value for his side lane pressure as he possibly can. Now we wait to see where this game kind of shifts to. 2 early dragons again for OMG. It is an Ocean Rift, so not the most impactful in the world, but does offer opportunities with extra brushes and extra foliage to be able to try and maybe make something happen. The vision not going to be as clear-cut even as it was before, as now both teams kind of finding themselves in this mid lane. They're going to steal away the Nami tidal wave. It's not going to do a lot, to be perfectly honest, and that's just, unfortunately, a bit of a waste there from Cream. Thought he maybe had an angle, just didn't really hit anything.
Yeah, just really wanting to find that engage. OMG, I think, could have been a bit more patient with it, considering that they're in the driver's seat. Pull LGD more towards the Herald and then look for those opportunities. The hijack, not too crazy of a cooldown. You can see it's already almost at the halfway mark, and they're still trying to find a way to be able to get into this pit. I like that they're leaning up towards Shanji first. Guarantee yourselves prio through a side lane. But LGD, they're not backing down.
No, they are not. OMG, though, only about 20 or so seconds left before that hijack is available. We are going to see XQW getting jumped on. He flashes. He gets the heal as well by LPC, who has to use his own flash. That's a great tidal wave from Jinzhao, which completely stops all of OMG from moving forward. Meteor moves forward, trying to make this one work. But the shifting sand taken away. The Emperor's Divide. My empire is bigger than yours. Double kill coming in here for the Lucian. Triple kill for Abel. And that's LGD almost making this one work for themselves, but they just can't make it stick.
I mean, Cream set it up, but Abel knocking it out of the park. Now going to be able to push in through this mid lane. Herald's still up if they want to look to turn back and pick up that objective as well. And this gold lead's only going to continue to grow for OMG. I'm scared to imagine how much gold Abel's sitting on right now.
Yeah, 3 kills straight away there. He was already good. He's going to get his Essence Reaver, that's for absolute sure. But let's have a look at this one here, because again, I want you to keep an eye out for Jinzhao's ultimate here, because it does separate them out so well.
It really does. They're going to kind of cut them all off. The buy even comes in as well to just lock this Wukong in place. But then Cream, remember, he used the Nami tidal wave not too long ago. His hijack already back up, gets the flash behind, gets, you know, a couple people knocked into the rest of his team. And with Shanji on the flank, taking people like Meteor out of the fight, it just opens up for all the bursts to come out from Abel and not allow Xiaoshu to completely take over.
Well, that's an Essence Reaver picked up there by Abel. He's a full item ahead of his opposite number on LGD, as LPC only had the Gale Force available to him. Doesn't even have upgraded boots, still sitting on 2 brown bags on his feet. But this is getting rough and rougher, because we're going to go back towards this Rift Herald, but it looks like OMG are going to say, look, we don't need to fight it. We can just get away with taking away all these camps or all these waves, make sure we're kind of in a better situation than we were before. But They're not going to let this one go just yet, and with objective bounties available for LGD, it shows you how much in the hole they are in. Actually hitting the eye there was probably not the best decision from PP God, and sadly for them, they will not be able to deny the taking of the Rift Herald, but they will be able to deny the giving of it in terms of its ability.
Yeah, now they have complete control over this river area, so it's going to be able to stop any rotations coming out from LGD. Once this time's out, they can head down to Dragon first. And then for OMG, they'll be sitting on Soul Point.
These Soul Points, that means you're looking at a pretty early Soul condition here for the side of OMG. And regardless of the kind of Soul you get, it is still all those stats from the Mountain, the Chem, and of course the 2 Ocean Dragons you get is still very, very valuable. Cream is here. He's going to go in with that hijacked by ultimate. Meteor being stopped from joining in. He's going to force 2 ultimates out of it. This is a 2v3 in the top side, and Cream is only dealing with 2 of them. He's going 1v2 and still going to probably come out with a kill. That is insane how Cream's able to do that, and this is why you can't let this guy have Silas.
No, Silas and Akali, the 2 champions. I mean, this man is just transcended on. Akali was banned away, still gets his hands on this. Shanji there, able to drive away the other member as well. I believe it was Meteor, and now, I mean, OMG, they pick a dragon at the same time on the opposite side of the map. So, we said coming in the game, too, we wanted to see a bit of a more reassuring win come out from OMG to match the expectations for them coming into the split, and at least so far they're delivering.
I mean, game 1 was okay from OMG. LGD definitely showed some life in themselves. Game 2 is just domination right now. And let's have a look at this one here, because it's just great from Shanji as well, because he says, cool, all I have to do is keep the Vibe from getting on top of Cream, and there's nothing you can do.
No, and I mean, so much damage came out before even any of the CC can even look to connect, right? 75% of XQW's health bar gone. Then Emperor's Divide comes out. Sadly, it wasn't timed well, so Jinzhao threw the bubble where Kareem was right when XQW went for the ultimate, so ended up not really getting maximum value, but it didn't look like it maybe would have even mattered. Kareem right now is just so large. Facing and coming back with a full Zanya's completed.
Large and in charge, even has 5 stacks in his Dark Seal right now, as we can see OMG moving forward, making as much of a nuisance of themselves, and they're starting to feel pretty good in this game. They haven't even lost a tower just yet. It is a pretty good start from them there as the Emperor's Divide gets hijacked. That's a 2-level difference. That's it. Sorry, let me rephrase that. That is a 2-level difference before the Rod of Ages has finished stacking. That's how far ahead Cream is compared to his opposite number of XQW.
And let's remember, a lot of this is coming from the early attention put through. XQW tragically walking into that brush level 1, dies, loses flash and TB. Aki comes back to punish it. And from there, he was never able to get back in the game. Now for LGD, they're trying to find picks. It's really their only way back in. But even that wouldn't turn into too much unless they're able to, you know, force or rush down a Baron. But we need to move past only Cream Machine, because even if they do kill Cream, even Aki's huge. Even Aki's incredibly fed and so strong right now. Yeah, Abel, 3-0-1. Just so many members you have to worry about on the side of OMG. Shanji might have been quiet this game, but he's still playing Cassante, who, let's be real, Cassante's always a problem.
Yeah, Cassante is just an issue right now for everyone and anyone who ends up going against them. It is still only a 3,000 gold lead, and they do get a nice objective bounty that cuts it down by a nice couple of hundreds. So good job to LGD, trying to be as positive as you possibly can. But minute 45 until that Dragon Soul spawns, and it's so hard to see if you could actually get a fight, because thank you, observers on the opposite side. Like, you've no idea what's happening. You've no vision.
Yeah, everything is just blind right now. And
Jinzhao.
Cream might have found the pick.
Ooh, good flash, but that's, again, another summoner no longer available, another opportunity no longer to be able to save you, shall we say, should you get caught out again and again and again. We keep looking towards OMG's win condition. They're going to have these dragons. They're going to have so much priority over this Baron that with the Ocean Soul, they can start and stop Baron at will. There is no consequence whatsoever for them going for it.
And that's why I like that OMG have been playing around this Fog of War on top side for now, because you know Dragon's a minute out. this is the timing where you want to play around getting enemy flashes out, especially when you're the team looking for these all-ins up against a team that wants to maintain that range distance. Only Jinzhao so far, not the end of the world, but if they can somehow find a setup to get either LPCs or XQWs, that really feels like it would be fight-defining. And with Cream now being a little bit cheeky, it's always possible, but no one from LGD actually going to play up towards the top side jungle, and now Cream finally will show on the wave, so LGD will know where he is.
I mean, it's pretty dire straits, I will admit, for LGD when you're looking at Meteor's build right now. He's got himself the Evan Shroud because he needs stats. That's all he needs right now. It's not the best item in the world to be getting. Obviously, I think the Radiant Virtue would be far more desirable, but it is 500 gold more expensive as we get a full engage. Shanji finds a kill there onto the Azir, and now we get Cream just fully engaging on the backside here. Shanji, though, with 2 kills of his own on the Cassante, triple kill before he gets taken out. They're going to try kill Abel, but they just can't do it. It's an ace all the way to 23 minutes. This game is all but over, Lyric.
Yeah, OMG with a great bounce back after their week 1 loss. They did play RNG, even despite their changes, the team that has to be feared. And now coming into this game 2 after a shaky game 1, everything is just going so well. I'm surprised on the player's face cam that Meteor was just laughing. I guess if you weren't laughing, you would be crying, so I do kind of get it, because right now, my God, this punishment coming out from OMG is it's just disgusting. No other way to say it.
I mean, it's kind of doomed. I mean, you got Baron now taken. You got to reset, go for that dragon. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, this is just a good TP coming out from Cream. They go for the full engage. You don't have the money. You're just too poor, unfortunately, to deal with this.
And like we said, a lot of it comes down to the setup. We saw the vision control coming out from them. They actually had a TP come in from Cream because LGD were able to get a semblance of control back in bot side river. With the flank coming out, with Cassante able to go forward, it opened up for XQW and LPC to get locked down. And now, with that fight going so heavily in the way of OMG, Baron's going over, Soul's going over. And for LGD, what you're hoping for is that OMG makes 6.5. Large,
okay.
6.5, large, the largest size of the Circle K gas station cup drink size steaks that you can hope for. That's what you need. And you know what?
Why Circle K? Why? That is such a
Look,
you went
look.
to Ireland once.
Actually, where I was living in the States, Circle K was like the biggest convenience store there was.
Really? Oh,
Actually,
wow,
that's not
okay.
true. That's not true. It was Quick Trip. I'm even lying. I'm lying to you. I'm lying to the people.
Yeah, he lies unprovoked. Can't trust him. Can't be trusted.
Those Circle
but
K
yeah,
cups were huge.
they are huge. They are such a massive, unnecessarily large size. But speaking of unnecessarily large, 7,000 gold lead. Nice segue coming back into the game. Thank you very much, Lyric.
You don't want to talk about Circle K cups?
You know what? No, I do not. I get my petrol from them, and that's about it. That's all I got. So we're gonna come back into the game and see where. Well, in fairness, Circle K Cup's probably be more relevant in the next few minutes, just in terms of LGD standing, because they ain't got a hope or a prayer. They, 1 and 2 on Xiaoshu is nice, but he's not got anywhere to put it, because I don't know what you're gonna do. There's no way you can really get an engage off, like you said in the pregame when we look at the draft. If LGD were able to get ahead, they could maybe keep everyone at an arm's distance and go for the fights on their terms, but they don't get fights on their terms anymore.
No, and even for a while, we were saying, like, after the conundrums mid and bot started to go down, a lot of it would rely on this Jax being able to get ahead and find something. And despite the fact that, he was always slightly up in lane, they were never able to turn that advantage into anything. Which maybe it's hard to blame Xiaoshu when the amount of fires on the other sides of the map was just too hard to even outweigh.
I mean, yeah, it's not his fault that the rest of the building crumbled around his apartment and his was fine. His painting fell down. That was the smallest inconvenience that happened. But we're going to see the Tami tidal wave already being used here, as Cream did get the hijack himself. So this is just methodical, slowly but surely pushing everything forward. I don't even think that broke much of the shield, to be perfectly honest. Shanji is just too big for LPC to real deal with. And honestly, the build you go with this Caitlyn is the build that you have to go to get that lane dominance. It's the Rapid Fire and the Gale Force. You're looking to try and keep somebody down, but you're looking at a Rapid Fire Gale Force, which isn't exactly a lot of AD stats in general, against Navori, Quick Blades, into what's looking like an LDR, as well as the Kraken, the Essence Reaver. Like, you just can't compare the damage.
No, and we're at a point where it's like, if the game was closer, you could be like, okay, look at the wave clear coming out from LGD. You have the Azir for OMG, incredibly short range, hard for them to push into the enemy base. But it feels like that gold difference and those item differences coming out pretty much negate what, you know, wave clear LGD could have, because the threat of engages, the threat of dives will always be there. You nailed it. OMG still looking like they want to play decently conservatively and not push their luck for a play that probably could even work out, even if it is a bit aggressive, and just wait for Baron, wait for Elder to come on through. But LGD, they're caught.
Yep, they're caught, but they are going to try and put their best foot forward. And Aki, not that tanky right now. Went for the Black Cleaver second, so not really doing as much as he possibly could be in terms of tank stats. But you've used all 4 summoners in bot side. You used the ultimate from Vi, and you didn't kill anyone. You just got the flash and heal out of OMG. It's something, but it ain't a lot.
I expected to see Abel maybe go like flash forward and try to find the pick onto LPC. I'm not sure if maybe there was just not enough range, or he was afraid that if he does that, he's committing and he will just go down himself, especially when you're jumping into members like a Caitlyn and an Azir. OMG still just wanting to play it, I'd say, mostly reserved. They didn't even really lose too much in that play. You lost Abel's heal and you lost Aki's flash, but you got bot lane sums in exchange. So for OMG now with the LDR picked up by Abel, it's just even more damage coming through to just punch LGD right in the face.
I was going to say, the big thing for me is Cream is level 18, highest in the game. By a long margin. Not only that, he also has a death cap alongside his almost fully, not fully stacked, but fully gold efficient Magi's Soul Stealer. And yeah, it's just gonna get harder and harder. I can't say it anymore. You are at a point now where you need, like you said, 6.5 Circle K sized miracles to come back and help you here.
Cups. But yeah. at this point, you might need the whole thing.
You just need Circle K, man. Like,
that's okay. OMG now gonna go for the Baron. LGD looking like they want to. It might be gone, but it's not about what is gone or what is left. It's about the fight that we want to happen.
Well, we're going to get it right now, because we're going to jump straight into this fight here. Aki with no flash, but it does not matter. There's going to be the ultimate title to try and swift everyone off of this. Meteor goes down. They get the hijacked by ultimate in exchange. The Azir has fallen. Jin Jiao will fall next. Shanji, excuse me, and will jump straight in to get himself maybe a triple kill. But Xiao Shu will not allow it to happen. He keeps flashing, he keeps going, he keeps trying to put up some resistances, but it's just not enough. It's going to be a 2-0 Lyric, and it's going to be a good bounce back for OMG.
Great to see. I mean, all their carries turning up. Cream and Abel really being the standouts in that early game. Let's remember Aki was there to help set it up for Cream as well. Shanji had a bit of a slow landing phase, just playing against Jack, so you kind of expect it, but later on, once the lead was there, able to get into the fray as well. And yeah, OMG gonna be happy. OMG fans with signs gonna be incredibly happy. Us, I feel like we're pretty happy.
You're waking up, you know, it's not even 11 yet. You've already got a series down.
It is
the whole
so
day ahead
great.
of you.
Usually, this is the time before that I'd be finishing. It'd be 10:30. Like, oh, LPL's ending right now. 10:30 a.m. Now it's, you know, we just finished first series.
The day has just begun. Anyway, well, good win for OMG, bouncing themselves back, like you said, bringing in PP God.
I said OMG were happy. OMG fans with signs were happy, and we were happy. But OMG just kind of looked another day in the office. You know, they don't. Oh wait, there we go. There's a smile coming out from Cream.
No, you noticed it. You know, you call it. Yeah, he heard you. Can't be smiling. Again, like you said, expected win to come out here for OMG. They did game one a little bit I suppose it took a little bit more time than they probably anticipated it being, but it did look like throughout the entire series they were just a better team overall. New logo, same OMG. They are still trying to push for playoffs to try and bring themselves into a slightly better position than they were last year. And Cream's still doing Cream things. I think the Cassidy game was definitely a little bit overzealous, but at the end of the day, the Silas game, like, the guy has 2 pocket picks that need to be banned for a reason.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so Akali's meta, Silas is meta, Cassidy, another champion that stylistically fits his wheelhouse, is meta. Rise, a champion that we know Cream has been able to play throughout his career, another meta staple, even if it is pretty much banned every game. It's just like we're in a pretty good spot for where Cream is at. Shanji still looking incredibly good with the fact that just a lot of like bruisers and fighters are in the meta pool. But to me, the big thing is still about PP God coming in, because we don't know how much practice they got with PP God on the lineup. He got announced pretty late on OMG into the offseason. And with us, you know, coming back from Chinese New Year break, like, not a lot of teams are spending that time scrimming. Like, most of that time you're celebrating, spending with your family. So the fact that they were able to come in, even if it was a bit shaky in game 1, but still look cohesive coming on through, I think is a good sign for OMG as a whole.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's nice to see them bouncing back a little bit. Like we said, they are going to be pushing for playoffs, and you need to start picking up wins. That's the whole thing, is that as we talked about a little bit earlier, is that the LPL starts and then it just feels like it finishes. So you need to be picking up as many wins early as you possibly can to make sure you're giving yourself as best of an opportunity going into later in the season. But yeah, Cream doing the most damage does not... Actually, I lie. He didn't even do the most damage. XQW did, despite... Yeah.
Oh no! I was gonna say even on his team he didn't, but I just
no,
can't
he did.
count.
No, you just can't read numbers. It's fine.
You're right. As speaking of XQW, you know, this was his debut. Feels like, I guess what would be your review of our boy Xiao Qinghua? It feels kind of tough, because you can see the semblance of like confidence and aggression there. Game 2 is almost impossible to judge. He got caught at level 1, which is obviously his own mistake. Then the repeat game comes through, but I wonder if this is a change that LGD are going to keep looking to make and like trying to grow him, or if we just see them divert back to playing with Haichao.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I think that similar to what we were talking about, he got the captain treatment. He just got ganked and constantly focused in that second game. I think once they realized that from game number 1, where he did have a very good showing, in my opinion, on the Aurelia. He looked fairly solid. He was looking for aggressive plays. His mechanics seemed on point. Fair enough. He messed it up a little bit underneath the tower, but we can forgive that. You know, as you say, you miss all the shots you don't even take. So for me, it's going to be interesting to see how LGD go, because again, they're in such a flux. They're in a completely different roster effectively. They're looking to see what works best for them. It's not just about the individual play as well. It's how do they perform with the jungler? How do they work with the support? You know, how do they work in terms of the general overall cohesiveness of this team? And it does feel like we are starting to see, you know, it'll take a couple of games, but again, unfortunately, when it comes to these high level, you know, esports or any sports, to be perfectly honest, it's all about performance. If you can't perform, regardless of how good or bad you're doing, there's just nothing you can really do. But we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's standing by with a victorious Shanji.
Show preparations made by the team during this Chinese New Year break. 那首先恭喜你们，今天很漂亮的干净利落2-0拿下了首胜。所以因为是首胜嘛，所以说现在心情怎么样？包括说可能在春节的假期，整个队伍有进行哪些特别的调整和准备吗？
首先赢的话还是挺开心的，然后我们手上打完机就可能感觉到自己有哪里的不足吧，然后春节也在就想办法改掉自己的不足，尝试新的东西。
Definitely, I'm very happy that we were able to get our first win of this split. And also, in the previous matchup against RNG, we have noticed where we made some mistakes and we made some feedbacks and we tried to make some improvements on during this break. And also, we would like to attempt some new stuffs in today's game. So I think this may be some preparations we made. And definitely, we can see that. And let's talk a bit more about today's game. In game 1, Cream have got this Baron steal. And you guys, the rest of you, were able to have the team play around there. So tell us more about how did you guys make the team's communication to let Cream to get this Baron steal? 那其实说到第一局，还有小奶油的当时有一波很漂亮的场面，就是抢龙嘛。然后当时你们也是在周围配合，包括说旁边有人在进行团战。所以说想问一下，当时你们队内有怎么样的一个沟通，然后让他来进行了这样的一个抢龙呢？
因为当时我们中单带的棋风密集，然后也有惩戒，然后那波说好了就是2军血一起抢的话，就对面大家也会反应不过来。
So around there, because our main laner, based on the rune build, he also got this match. So we would like to just give them a try because the opponent's team, they may be too rushed into it and they can't like have a very good opportunity to just get this Baron. And after that, Cram just successfully got the Baron. And also, besides that Baron still, you guys have shown us so many amazing team plays as well, especially so many amazing team fights. And I would like to talk a bit more about the Game 2 team fights. Around the main lane, before you guys were able to get the first Baron, Krem was able to flank from the behind, and Aki, you guys were able to make the hard engage from the front and end up the team fight, you were able to get the triple kill. So tell us more, who made the shot call there? 那其实第2局的时候，你们也有一波非常漂亮的团战。当时小奶油是一个绕后，然后阿 K 包括你们是从正面开团，最后是你拿下3杀。所以想问一下，当时那一波你们是怎么样来进行那个指挥，是什么样的操作？
当时就我们觉得团战很好赢，然后我们只要找到好的绕后机位就很好赢，然后我们就提前开始就是布置视野，然后玩兵线，就找一波机会开团。
And around there, we feels like if we were able to find a very good opportunity to make the hard engage, to flank from behind, and the team fight can be super easy for us. So we would like to just find a very good ward to try to have a very good sight. And also after that, we try to clean the waves to clear all the minions. And after that, we were able to find a good angle to make the hard engage in the main lane. And also last year, you got the best rookie award in the All-Star LPL. So this year, share us more what's your goals you would like to achieve this year. 那其实去年在全明星，我们山鸡哥也获得了最佳新秀的称号嘛。所以说，在今年有没有自己想实现的目标？
新的目标，然后就突破去年的成绩吧，然后看有没有机会打个冒泡赛吧。然后个人就想着还是打得比去年要好一点，进步多一点，成熟一点。
So personally, I would like to have some improvements compared to my results last year, and maybe I would like to give myself a try, like whether we can get into the regional qualifiers for World Championship. So I would like to improve more to try my best to have a better result this year. And best of luck for you, and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，希望你能越打越好。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and of course Shanji. And it's great to see him kind of coming forward there. I did love the little moment where she spent the entire question in English. He's nodding like, yep, totally understood, totally. And she just goes, oh, you understand? He's like, not a chance. Like, you're going to have to say that in Mandarin. But great to see them, of course. Great win for OMG. And like you said, just kind of building towards, what they can do based off of last year and making sure that this team works cohesively as a unit.
Yeah, and I just want to say I think Wendy did that on purpose because Shanji went in very stone-faced and that lightened it up. But our MVP, it's going to be Cream. I mean, once he got ahead on the Silas, he completely took over. I think this was an expected one coming through. Abel also going out and I think having a great performance. But overall, OMG honestly probably should have won game 1 in a very clean fashion. They were setting up for it. Started to, look a little bit fun and loose in the mid game. And then game 2, cleaning it all up off the back of their carries. And this, I think, is an OMG that you hope can push further limits of what they've done in previous years. They've always been like that. Like, you expect them to be middle of the table in LPL. They're going to be better on paper than, like, some rosters look at. But are they going to challenge, teams with, like, top esports, Weibo's lineups on paper? I think that's what, as OMG's and Org, you're really hoping to do coming into this year. It's all about expanding those champion pools and, again, hoping PP God maybe as a shot caller or as a leader can make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. And as you said, Cream coming back in, getting that MVP award is just kind of part and parcel for what they do, what he's always been able to do as such. And it just feel like this is going to be a roster. Do you know what? I'm actually thinking about it now. I'm going to quickly look it up to see what it is. When do IG and OMG play? 'Cause I feel like that's going to be the big kind of test in between the two, because it feels like those two teams are going to be very, very close in terms of the standards. Week 6, Sunday, week 6. Honestly, man, like, depending on how games go, that could be a pretty pivotal one, depending on who gets into top 8 for playoffs or not.
I mean, for all you know, with where IG's sitting right now, IG might go into week 6 undefeated. Like, true. Right now sitting 4-0 up at the table over AL and RNG, but, we're bringing up highlights of the game. But Sheen, is there
You want to talk about Circle K cups again? That's all right, man. I'm there for you. You know what? You're gonna. I'm gonna go collect you.
It doesn't have to be that, but I just gotta be straight up. It was a pretty brutal game on the side of LGD.
It was a blowout.
Yeah, wasn't really too many opportunities left for LGD to really do anything. OMG just completely took advantage. And you know what? Let's ignore OMG IG. Let's just look at who OMG plays up on the schedule next. As looking for OMG's new logo is very hard because I expect
they play WE on Saturday. So WE
another
and then
team,
LNG.
I would say a team that you would expect OMG to be favorites over, but WE are 1-1. They've upgraded their roster with people like Hope and Iwandi coming in. So even that one I think is going to be a really good test of where these two teams saw it. Because even on paper, you can imagine WE moving up from being a bottom tier team like they were last year and being in that kind of scramble in the middle for a playoff spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, great win for OMG. They finally get their campaign up and running, put a foot forward, but they did put one back in their first game, so they sit on 1-1. Of course, LGD still go wanting. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we're going to go all the way to Shenzhen for our second game of the day. We'll see you soon. Topside as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite
kill.
able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He still got missing. He still got missing in the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the two bags. Breathe is on.
He does a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that car's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's
not
just
gonna get
game
back
two.
to
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is it going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history,
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into week 3, day number 1. We are just back after our Lunar New Year's break. I am still Ushi, and I am still joined by the ludicrous Lyric as we start to bring ourselves into our second series of the day. We're going to be moving from Shanghai to Shenzhen as we go to the Ninjas in Pajamas Arena, as they are going to be going up against Rare Adam. And both teams now looking to continue their good start, both 1-0, but only one can come out with a perfect record.
And I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna come in real heavy right now and be like, I hope it's RA. Just for the fact that everyone knows
hope it's RA.
I was the Victory 5 guy.
You were.
And now coming in again, today's my first day of cast back. Exactly, they're gone. They were killed. They were killed by NIP. Even though it's still like the same core of players. Even
it's
if
like it's like a skin suit. You're just like, nah, man, it's not real. It's not the same.
I was going to say, even though 2 of them were subs, I don't know if XLB was technically a sub since him and Karsa were like splitting time.
True.
Pretty evenly back, back last year. But Dream coming up now. I think they actually had a pretty nice, clean win over Ultra Prime, which, I mean, Ultra Prime are one of the bigger question marks in the league with the roster they brought in. To our further side of RA, they beat LGD, but it was a 3-game series. Like, yes. LGD were able to push them a little bit. So that's why we hit on it coming into the day. I think it's pretty cool having, like, our 2 0-1 teams face off, and then both of these teams coming in with wins to get a better picture of where everyone in the league stacks up right now.
Yeah, again, it's kind of, very early days, of course. We've got plenty of games to play, 16 matches per team, everyone playing in a single best of 1 round robin in terms of series, but best of 3 in terms of those series. But it is kind of interesting to see now where NIP and RA do land themselves at, because for these 2 teams, especially for NIP, like that, they're aiming for potentially, a championship. That's where they were last year. You could argue, yes, they've lost Rookie, they've moved away from different things. I still think Dream is an exceptional player. He played before Rookie came in last year as well. So I think there is definitely an argument to be said that, like, for NIP, you have to be aiming for the stars right now. You can't just be sitting all, well, like, we lost this, we did this. No, you have to keep pushing forward, because if you're not going forward, you're going backwards. And that means you're regressing, and you're just not going to be able to have the same kind of impact. So they need to, as you say, come out today and come out swinging.
Yeah, I think in my mind, for trajectory for NIP, it's just trying to cement yourself in, like, halfway through the split, we're looking at them and we're like, okay, this team's going to be in playoffs. Like, if we get at the midway of the split and they're there, I think that's good. And then how far they can push, if they can maybe push for an MSI spot now that there are 2 coming out, for the major regions, I think that would be great. But still a very young lineup. Like you said, though, Dream was able to deliver back before Rookie was able to come in last split for when they were known as V5. I think people like Photic obviously showed up really well. Jwal coming in from TES was someone who had up and down games. And now today, one of the big differences coming out is we had Invincible starting for NIP before the Lunar New Year. And now today, we do have Rich coming back in.
Yes.
He was another player that kind of fits this mold that we talked about with Jwal. Like, Rich, in some of his early days, kind of surprised us coming into the LPL because his performance in the LCK was pretty lackluster. And he came out and he was solo killing everybody at first.
Yeah.
But it felt like as time went on, it is where it really started to go downhill.
Yeah, it felt like once better top laners, I think, or maybe more established top laners, were able to kind of get some more tape on him, get some more ideas about how he played, it very quickly unraveled about the secrets of how Rich plays and how to kind of counteract
by spring
that style.
playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way you can. Honestly, there's an audio and a visual delay, so I can't see exactly what you're doing. So it takes about 2 seconds.
Stop being polite, Asheen. Stop it.
But yeah, it is just that thing of, like, we want to see a little bit more from Rich, and especially with the way the meta is at the top side with Cassante, of course. The solo kills coming in, the Jaxes, the Fioras we're seeing all around the world. This feels like a time where he can be considered a carry. You can put a lot of resources into that and make it work. And for someone like XLB, who, is not a bad player whatsoever, has plenty of experience behind him, even though he is still very, very young, this is a team that I feel like, can work around that top side. And even, kind of adding Dream into that, like we saw on the Lissandra last year, he was very good at being an enabler for his team. This is something that this team can work around. It's just about whether or not those pieces fit. And so far, It's not been perfect, absolutely not, but a win's a win, and you take those as you can come and get them, because for NIP, this is just, you've lost Rookie, and I don't care who you are getting replaced them, you've lost Rookie. There's not really a lot else to really say about that.
Yeah, and for NIP, I feel like ideally, I think it's, like you said, Dream was a really solid enabler, like him and XLB playing together, and then leaning that down towards the bot side, where you know Photic is a reliable piece to play around. Maybe wasn't like a top 4 AD carry, but still had a pretty standout split in summer season, especially. And then when you're going up against a team like RA, who I think we saw in their first matchup, but even just thinking of a player like Awesome coming in that bot lane, who showed a lot of stuff on LGD last year. He can be a huge carry that's going to be enabled. Southwind had some pretty solid games. Cube has traditionally been that guy that's been left up towards an island. So I think a lot of bot lane focus in today's matchup is what I'd like to see, and kind of what I'd expect to come out from NIP, especially, but even from RA. You know Loyen typically does just play more for himself, but even Loyen, like every split, I feel like has gotten more towards playing towards some of his lanes. And when you have Strive in the mid lane, who's only continued to develop, I feel like you can do a lot there to try to counteract what NIP want to do.
Yeah, completely agree. And looking, obviously looking at RA, we do see Strive having a fantastic season as well, coming in, kind of replacing Fofo on this lineup. And there was a lot of question marks on him. Of course, we got to remember the quirky insta-triple kill that he was able to pull out for his team when he got in his first year, really his first split as a full-time starter, as a getting some moves, and doesn't know where he's going though. He's got on the other side, but. Again, this is, a very young lineup, a lot of different kind of prospects on this team that can and have shown us little glimmers of light, but you need more than a spark in order to burn brightly in the LPL. You need to be able to push and get yourself into a much, much more consistent flame if you want to try and be considered some of the best of the best.
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy to see Southwind especially on this lineup in my mind, just because of Puff and Southwind's, like, how much time they did spend together. What was it, going back to even like when you started in the LPL in 2019, like back in their Vichy days, and then just kind of moving around as pieces together, right? Moving on to IG and things like that. To where on the opposite side, we have honestly players that have just kind of drifted. No one that had that kind of set duo or set tenure like Southwind had with Puff.
Did he just dab?
Rich just
dab on the haters.
So happy about it. I'm all for it. If you weren't a Rich fan, I'm all for Rich. Yes. Yes.
Dab on the haters. Dab on the haters.
The best part is them like cutely and cheekily running away at the end.
Oh, little tear, crying away for Dream there. But I mean, you said you're off the NIP train because of V5.
I'm on it.
That was Attack on Titan right there. That was a salute. That was Attack on Titan, 100%. I'm NIP.
Goodbye, Victory 5. We're here with NIP.
How quickly we turn. It's just show us something anyway interesting, and it's just like, oh my god, shiny thing, and then we're just instantly throwing all things away, no matter what. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see. I want to see Dream do well. I really do feel like Dream was the player that we had so much. Honestly, like it was kind of a bit of a meme. We were like, oh wow, like you've not only, it was like a 49ers meme at that stage. It's like, oh, you've got a #1 pick here, and then you've got the replacements also pretty damn good, and the replacement of the replacements also pretty damn good. So it's good to see him kind of getting first team starting potential, and it's about making that work. Like we said a little bit earlier when it came to XQW, is that it's all well and good to show mechanics. You need to show results. If you don't show the results, regardless of the team around you, you're just not going to be able to build from that. So really looking forward to see what Dream can do.
I also feel like just highlighting the support staff behind him, right? Because NIP's coach is Duke, a Worlds winner, MSI winner, heck, won Worlds twice, right? With T1 where he was a starter. And then, I mean, technically you count his win with IG, even if he didn't end up playing in that final, was used to keep a fire lit under the Shy. So definitely a player with a lot of experience behind them in that coaching role, who you'd expect should be able to pass that on. And maybe one of the reasons why NIP looking pretty solid in that first win and showing us what we can expect going on down the line.
Yeah, I think that's what I say. Like, it's expectations. It's figuring out what we can kind of really look towards this team and both these teams, to be perfectly honest. And where do we slot them in terms of our perceived notion of, are you going to make top 10? Are you going to get into playoffs? Are you looking at a postseason? Are you looking at a championship? These are the questions we kind of look towards. And it does feel like coming into the split, there was a huge amount of hype, obviously, around some of the bigger teams. You're looking at the likes of Top Esports, JDG. It looks like we're kind of moving officially into an era, I suppose, from 2020 onwards, of these guys just owning everyone on the Rift and kind of just having their own little rivalry. But it's kind of a thing that where, you know, those expectations can weigh very, very heavily on you. So for RA, for NIP, maybe you slip in. Maybe you're able to get yourself a cheeky little win every now and again, and all that kind of setup and glory that can come from it. So very curious to see what we get from both these sides today.
Yeah, now we're going to go straight into draft. Already seeing the same focus down towards 80 carries. Well, we'll say marksman now instead of just saying 80 carries into our support.
Yes.
Because Ash coming on through, and we might not have gotten it in that last game, but we saw things hovered of other marksmen going down towards that support role to kind of follow up on what we've been seeing in LCK and even elsewhere in the world. I like the Jax takeaway so far. The big thing we're still looking at is that Rise ban to be able to come on through has really been honestly the standout pick in pretty much all regions. I think he is just the most banned champion worldwide, as I can see him at the top of every league's ban pool. But no, it's going to be left open.
Yeah, it's going to be left open, but we do see a little bit more focus on those AP junglers, making a little bit more of a move towards themselves. Of course, having that option to kind of say, look, we can go double AD bot lane does mean that you want to try and maybe get something going for yourself there. But the Varus, as you mentioned, going to be left open, going to be taken here by Assum. Seeing what they want to try and put that one. It could be a Varus Heimerdinger here coming out, which is, again, just such an oppressive lane. It doesn't matter what you pick into it, you're just going to have a problem with it. So we'll see what NIP have got in the bank to try and deal with this oversurgence of bullying that's going to come out from the bot side.
I feel like it's going to be rough because we've definitely hit a time where it's like, it seems like Lucian, Zeri are kind of your two top-tier bot laners. There are counters into them, like obviously picking the Sivir into the Zeri like we saw and matching it. But with those two banned, not too much can go into this Varus. They are instantly going to go down towards that Heimerdinger, which we've highlighted. And you're going to play it safe. Pick up a Sejuani and not show your hand all too much. Neither team really wanting to head the way of that Rise pick that we highlighted has pretty much been the global #1 in terms of dominating bans. Oh.
I mean, I don't expect it to be that because it's...
I would have loved it.
I will say, I don't mind it. Into Sejuani, it wouldn't work. Gonna be totally honest with you there. But they do end up going with the Rise. Nice, powerful mage in that mid lane. Someone we talked about a little bit earlier, as someone who's able to just basically be a much more powerful mage in their own right because of all the extra stats you can get and damage that you can build with the Zhonyas, of course, the Seraphs, and the Rod of Ages. Now for RA, they need, I was going to say, you probably need a little bit of engage coming out here. The Vi going to be locked in as they know they're going into Sejuani, so not going to be instantly counter-picked. And now NIP going to lock in that Sivir to try and just give them total control in that bot side. But interesting enough, no support picked up here for Rare Adams, so they're going to have possibly a couple of picks here taken away from that bot side to give that Sivir Heimerdinger just a little bit more breathing room.
I still think it's not too bad, especially with the... I don't even like the... Not the surge. There we go. I was going to say surgeons. Surgeons is not a word. The surge of like
the
marksmen
insurgents are though.
True, but the surge of like weird picks coming out in the bot lane to try and match that push and bring range and fight up against the Heimer. I think we can see a very clear identity coming out from RA so far, which is definitely going to be just the pick, able to come on through a lot of single target CC, able to come out and try and pick up these targets. You have the Realm Warps even set up for this as well, to where for NIP, definitely going to be a lot more playing for these 5v5s. You have a ton of wave clear coming out with that Sivir. A lot of also pretty solid CC. You have the front line there as well. So two very different styles of play coming out so far. And now for NIP, it's going to be about what they want to pick up in this mid lane. I think there's a lot of things that we've seen like tried into the Rise, especially you think week 1 of LPL where a lot of people were especially going towards that Syndra. You do have a Sejuani in the jungle though, so I'm curious to see if NIP are going to have any like melee matchups they want to opt into. With RA now banning out the Yone, I feel like they're really going to be pressed for options in terms of what they're going to be looking for.
Let's see what the last ban is. It's going to be that Cassidy, so you're not going to have that insta-scaling coming in as well. So we'll see what NIP want to go for. The Silas or the Twist of Fate does fit that niche of someone who can follow up on the rise, maybe make their own plays, stop them from getting away should they choose it. And with the Jace ban coming out from the side of the Ninjas in Pajamas, they might look to try and pick up a top laner, but I feel like there's no real point in doing that. You're kind of giving up you're showing your hand before you really know what you're betting at that point, so...
I mean, they could have used it as a flex, which is what I assume they would have done if they would have picked up the Renekton, but this just seems like a way safer pick. You already hit on it, being able to follow up with the Rise, take away those Realm Warps. You've even just picked up more engage for yourself, considering that the Varus and the Vi are on the opposing side. Cassante is definitely the pick you would expect to come in here. Week 1, Gwen was such a huge pick in the LPL, but its win rate was absolutely abysmal. It only won 1 out of like 9 games coming on through, and you haven't really seen it prioritized too heavily elsewhere. So I like that RA just going to go with the stock and standard pick. And up against the Heimer, we talked about bringing out a marksman, being able to match the long range that's able to come through, even just try and whittle it down, take plates, and not allow Heimer to be able to do what he does best. But no, instead going to pivot at the last second to playing more of a kill lane. I feel like this style is just so hard to pull off when you are going up against one of these Heimer lanes, but at least does give them a lot more presence once we get to the mid game in these team fights.
I think that's the big thing that they're looking at right now, a lot more presence. And again, it's something that I talked about a little bit earlier, is that, you know, it is a hard time to be an old school LPL support these days, because the engaged supports have not been seeing a lot of play. They still are, you know, fringed around as such, and they are able to kind of make things work, but it just really hasn't been the flavor of this patch. It feels like going things like the Heimerdinger, of course the Ashe, of course we've been seeing a lot more. Those big pushes into having that priority seems to be the name of the game for a lot of these teams, and Leona is going to have to be, Southwind in particular, is going to have to be very, very active in this early to mid game to try and just get this Leona pick to show its power, because you mess up your engage, you don't get the kill, the Heimerdinger turrets are popped down, you're just going to die.
Yeah, and to show your point even further, so far in LPL, we've had 1 Nautilus game, it was a win. We've had 1 Leona game, it was a loss. And I don't feel like Blitz really falls into the same mold as those 2 other engaged champions. We've also had a game of Blitzcrank who, I mean, more traditionally can be picked into a lot of these like squishy enchanters and play that like, you know, very high risk play style of trying to land your hook. So like you're saying, not even the flavor of the month here in the LPL, where it didn't matter if enchanters and things were played elsewhere in the world. You would still see in the LPL people fall back to their Nautilus and Leonas. We're gonna see now if Southwind can find the engage, because if not, they're just gonna get bullied heavily throughout in this 2v2. You have Dream able to follow through side lane plays with the Realm Warp, and a lot especially gonna be coming down to what XLB can do on this Hidwan.
Well, we will wait and see where this all ends up going. But again, big moment here for NIP and for Rare Adam, because you got to try and keep that momentum going. Both these teams will be playoff hopefuls. You'd argue for NIP, they'd be looking towards getting a little bit deeper than most other teams and trying to maybe contest towards the top 4, top 3 spot within the LPL. But it all comes down to how you're able to start off, how you're able to build from your foundations and try and create the dynasty or the castle that you will then kind of raise your championships. But we'll see how it all ends up panning out. We're going to jump straight onto the Rift for game number 1 of Rare Adam versus Ninjas in Pajamas. And I don't expect us to see any kind of shenanigans, because guess what? It's a Heimerdinger. It's really hard to kill a Heimerdinger or even to get any kind of pressure on the Heimerdinger early on in the games.
Yeah, you'd expect for NIP's bot lane to be doing just fine. You have a bit of a neutral matchup up in top side from what we saw. Cube can find a pressure, again, if he can find those consistent trades once those dashes start to come out. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to what these junglers are able to do, because that's where a lot of your early pick tools are able to come from. If you can find a summoner spell in mid especially, it's going to unlock that avenue, and then leaning down towards the spot side for both teams, and for different reasons. For NIP, it's about maintaining that priority, making sure Sivir and Heimer have a pretty safe laning phase and can get turret plates relatively easily. And for R8, when you pick a Leona, you want to force those all-ins. You want to be able to find that kill pressure, and that's going to rely on you having numbers to safely look for those engagements.
Well, Sivir and Heimer means wave clear galore. As we see, my brain lagged for a second because of the skin that Assam has with Varus, and I was like, I thought Ashe was banned, but it's obviously just my head. It's still too early in the morning. Haven't had enough sleep or such, but we'll see what they're able to kind of work from it here. And both junglers going to be starting on their top side of the jungle, so making sure they have a little bit of priority maybe around that Dragon Pit at the 3.5, 4 minute mark. But yeah, this is Satwin and Assam are not going to have a fun time with this. You can totally see why the Heimerdinger has been a pretty consistent ban. And yes, the Varus is nice, and you will be able to get that lethality going for yourself. But honestly, with the pressy attack, it looks like he's probably going to go on hit instead of the actual full lethality.
Yeah, now, with the fact of the bot lane prio coming up from NIP, we actually have Xiaolong Bao looking for the invade. So close to being able to maybe get the steal, but the duel.
Bit of a duel here, Lien. I don't think you win this. He's going to flash over. That's first blood. XLB takes out the RA jungler. Says, you might have gotten the camp, but I got your life.
And it looks like XLB maybe not even expecting the amount of damage that he was pulling through there as he started to like click away from the camp. Forces the flash, forces the kill. Overall, huge momentum for the side of NIP. And now he's going to be able to get his own jungle just fine.
Oh, there's the engage we were talking about. Southwind forcing out the flash and the ignite, funny enough. Got to be careful of those ricochets, though, Southwind. You can't be sitting there too close to your AD carry because you will get pretty damn hurt if you're not careful enough. But, ooh, nice little spell shield there from Photic. Need to be very careful of that. But yes, good movements here from the side of NIP. But now Lien maybe making something where it's going to be harder to do this, though, without a flash.
XLB's here.
Yeah, XLB is here. They know that something's up. They know this is just such a juicy target for both these junglers that both junglers need to be here.
Yeah, and right, this is kind of what we surmised coming into this game, especially coming out of a pick and ban. It made even more sense, but so much control given to the spot side with the amount of vision NIP have, and XLB still having his buffs a full level up. He wants to try and force onto Lien. He needs to be careful though. His Dream might need to look for a recall. Has a little bit of mana and would have TP to get back here.
Nothing more to be done in that jungle side. Neither having their flashes available, and both mid laners very acutely aware of what's going on. Vision will show that XLB is still hunting on this bot side, and oh, Lyric, this is rough. You are losing plates so early, and not only are you losing plates, you're already 10 CS down. The wave has already crashed, and there's just, I just don't see a world where you're able to try and push this back. Again, this is why the Leonas and the engaged supports just haven't been as popular, because things like Heimerdinger exist.
So I was wondering, I was thinking to myself, you know, I've seen someone pick Leona against Timer recently, and it didn't go well. Where did I see that? It was the one LPL game, and it was picked by Southwind in their last series up against Rare Adam. He went 0-6-0. It was not a fun time, and again, we could see why. Just so much lane pressure able to come out from the Heimer. He was able to get summoners out earlier on when he did go for that aggressive trade, but it still feels like such like a small window you have then to try and take advantage of. You need your jungler to be on the winning end, or your mid laner as well, to be able to join through, to then be able to capitalize on the fact that you have this Leona with the engage tools. So sadly for RA, haven't been able to manage that one out. They're going to keep up pressure in bot. They have their jungler ahead. And now with this pressure in bot, it allows him to help unlock Dream even further, who's hit the level 6 mark and has that hijack available.
I mean, there's just nothing to do here, really. Joe's just going to put down some vision, a couple of turrets, use the blast cone, so there's not even a... It's a one-way trip should Lien want to actually try and fight this. And with the turrets being able to go... Actually, speaking of Lien, he's actually going to find himself sitting on a ward, so they know there's just no contest on this whatsoever from the side of Rare Adam. That's going to be an early dragon here. Good little single Drake to pick up as well. The Infernal, one of the best in terms of the solo stats that it gives. And that means now that XLB just finds himself again just looking towards this bot side. I think you need to back away from here, RA. You know that NIP just took the dragon, and you're not really going to be able to kill off Photic without the ultimate available for either Lien or Southwind.
Especially as we near the level 6 point for Xiaolong now. I mean, then you're going to have so much, like, engage pressure from a decent range. You have an immobile AD carry on the opposing side, Strive as well. But XLB wanting to wait in the wings. At least not close to 6. Had he been able to like hover and get close to that, it could have been quite rough. But with even bot laners quite far away, not going to have that engage opportunity just yet.
They're still thinking about it. Not going to go for it, but they're thinking about it. I will say that, you know, despite the early start coming out from XLB, because he's spending so much time just trying to keep pressure here for Photic and Zhuo, it means he's not farming a lot. So you're actually seeing a little bit of a camp lead coming out for Lian because of the amount of time we're seeing XLB spend in the enemy jungler. So he's just not quite getting the same amount of purchase. So at the moment, I will say that, you know, the levels coming in for Lian will be a little bit swifter. The gold coming in is actually a little bit bigger as well. You can see it there. He has himself a Caulfield's Warhammer compared to just the double Ruby Crystal here for XLB. So little things like that you need to be careful, especially now when you got the Chain of Corruption coming out. Little small moments here will be the difference, especially with the single target CC available to both sides.
Yeah, and I think the earlier leaning was quite good from XLB because they were, you know, forcing them off turret, getting turret placed on the Photic. This one, to me, seemed like maybe he was anticipating a potential gank able to come through from Lian, but now he's hit 6, and Herald's coming up. It's going to be about who's able to find pressure around mid. Right now, RA are doing it. It feels like XLB is fine to look for this aggressive retake of vision because of the prio and pressure that Rich has on this wave in top lane.
Yeah, we can see now both Cube and Rich, and actually Cube found him. That was actually a really nice little movement there. I like what he tried to do there, and I also like that Rich recognized it. They saw that, look, I'm beside a wall. He could ult me and put me a million miles away from support, so that's not something we want to do right now. NIP look for this one here. Rich does not have Mega, nor does he have his ultimate, and he is a very squishy mini Gnar. They just all jump on top of him. 4 versus 1. Don't care. Don't tell me what the odds. You're still going to lose.
Very aggressive pathing taking from Rich there to try to rejoin the team. Like you hit on, they didn't have Mega knowing up. They're going to go for the fight.
They're still going to go for it. It looks like NIP may have secured up themselves, but there's going to be a full all-out going in on the Dream. He gets taken out, so it was stolen away. RA will not be able to claim that, or will they actually? Never mind, it was actually RA who got the smite off it. Not because they were backing away, they didn't want to claim it, but that's a fight, and it's going to be the objective as well. So RA coming back into life despite a bit of an aggressive early from NIP.
And that just felt so incredibly over-ambitious coming out from the side of NIP. Rich here, just timed out from Mega, had just used his ult. You know what they're going for. And NIP are still hoping that they can angle for pressure on this Herald because they have a lot of tools to just try and burst someone out immediately. But you open yourself up to get picked off. And then, sadly for NIP, they weren't able to get the burst off in time to at least find a kill of their own onto Lian in the next engagement. And it just made everything go the way of RA. You've already highlighted it, even picking up the Rift Herald as well.
I mean, it's kind of similar to what we saw in 2022, with specifically with Rich as well, as these little small mistakes that you're just kind of going like, look, you can't make that play. You can't just be that disrespectful against some of these teams because they are just going to be just punishing. That's just the best way to put it because you're just not going to be able to deal with it. So bit of a mistake there coming out for the side of NIP, and obviously it wasn't just Rich in the top side. The overextension afterwards when they really didn't need to was definitely a bit of a faux pas, shall we say, as we now see them kind of going back towards what they feel is their win condition, the bot side. I really do think they need level 6 onto this Heimerdinger before they can make real things happen. Southwind, I think he knows somebody's got to be here. Nope, he just pots out a little bit of a turret, knows now that there's not going to be a chance for him to go into that rush as of yet. Pops down a ward to make sure he does not get killed, but dragon spawning in 30 seconds. You still don't have level 6 on Shroud. That extra empowered turret could be huge. We're going to see a little bit of a 3v3. Southwind trying to go in, does get the ultimate down to try and slock them all up, but again, Lian just can't make anything work. The flash forward onto Southwind means that he is almost certainly going to be dying. They're going to give that one over to Dream, and just like that, 2 quick kills put the dragon pressure back into NIP's favor.
Really clean coming out from XLB. That was even a situation where I thought RA might be favored because we already had Kenpug Chainsword coming out for Lian. Asim's already sitting on his mythic item as well, so had he had 80 carries join the fight, that would have been skewed towards 80 carry, but Photic able to keep up the wave clear in bot side, and then the pick potential able to come through. RA are the ones who want to find this fight, but the second that XLB turns, there's a ton of burst damage coming through. We see the damage coming out from the Heimer turrets as well, and then that flash to be able to guarantee that you land the slow on the Southwind as well. I love them letting it go over to Dream to get some gold in his pocket. And now Sejuani sitting at 2-0-1, and Dream already making his way towards his first item.
Yeah, and look, already see though that the fact that they had so much priority bot side for NIP, recognizing, look, probably don't have it in top side. Rich, you're just going to need to back away. We don't need to go for anything crazy as of yet, but Leyen taking this opportunity to steal away some camps, going to get himself some Krugs and keep himself on that camp lead. But Realm Warp going to be used. And now Rich, he's trying to get out of the Mega. He wants to try and get it as soon as he possibly can. It's dangerous to be here now, RA. Good flash from Rich. He gets himself the Mega into the wall, but it doesn't catch on to Strife. They're going to be able to juggle this aggro pretty damn well. The all out, but he hops away. He's juggling it so well. Oh, he almost lands Cube with the crunch, but he's not quite able to do it. And that was so much used there from the side of RA just to try and get themselves the kill, but they do get it, and they drop the Rift Herald as well.
I mean, Rich made them work for it, but still, you had a wave pushed in the top side. You could see Strive pushing in mid. He has the Realm Warp available. I thought the TP was a little bit greedy coming out from Rich, but it seemed like he had the intention of outplaying any dive and hoping that their bot lane could try to find something. Sadly, there doesn't look like their bot lane was able to get all too much. I'm interested to see how many plates are left on that bot lane turret. But Juan, in the meantime, actually just went for a reset and started making his way towards topside.
3. There are 3 left, so they only got 2. Actually, technically, they only got 1 because they got 1 earlier. Yeah.
It's actually surprising that the gold isn't all too skewed in favor of RA. It is just over a 1k gold lead, but actually get to see what happens here. King Destruction come out, and then that was a really aggressive flash in. Looks like he knew and thought, okay, I'm dead regardless. You see Shaolin Bao come over the wall on the ward and was hoping they can at least trade, but I don't think in any circumstance trading your flash there is the ideal play coming out for the Varus, even if you were able to find the kill on Heimer and ended up going 1-for-1.
Yeah, and again, just kind of being a nuisance on the Heimerdinger, working up towards that Rylands Crystal Scepter, which has become the norm. I do believe I saw a Proto Belt rush on a LCK support playing Heimerdinger the other week, which I don't, necessarily agree with. But we will see now Rich in a lot of trouble again. They're going to be able to CC him down. Maybe even get on top of him. Yep, they're going to get all the single target CC, and he is just dead to rights. This is a good combination now. Southwind and Leyen working together, trying to see if they can make this one work the best they possibly can.
Utilizing the tools they have to set up for those picks and play around that Rise in the side lane, you're going to have this Varus just going to be able to try and clear out the wave in mid. He's going to have to be a bit careful, though. He didn't go the poke route of Varus. It's not just be standing back, lobbing those arrows and clearing out the wave, so will at least have to put himself a bit in harm's way. Set the cleanse. Ooh.
Close, but no.
You know, Sheen, I just gotta say, coming into the game where at first it started looking out like it might be a little bit slow, and then it bursted into action out of nowhere, I'm glad it stayed that way. Oh,
yeah.
We are lucky.
We are very lucky. In fairness, you look at most major regions, if not all, it's even in LPL, the blood has definitely not been flowing that well.
Oh,
but
100%.
looks like it has been a lot more tempered, a lot more conservative for a lot of teams, as RA kind of taking the power now that they can as they go and get themselves their second Rift Herald, uncontested, mind you. So keeping themselves nicely in the ascendancy in terms of that particular objective. But now with Dream having that Chain of Corruption available to him, does he have an opportunity to maybe make something work? They are going to try and maybe put some pressure here onto this mid lane turret. Without the real support and jungle being available to you, you're going to lose a hell of a lot of priority. But now Dream gets hit by the Chain of Corruption. They're going to put some decent damage down on top of him. He flashes away, but not before the Vi can get her ultimate out. She gets herself a little bit overextended. Beyond the Hunt is popped as well. And everyone's just kind of using these cooldowns just before the Dragon. This could be a big moment here for RA to try and stop this stacking.
Yeah, I mean, and with the cooldowns coming out, you still have things like the Cassante ultimate up. Shaolin Bao about to get his ult up as well. Feels like the big thing to me is Awesome still not having his flash on the Varus. If XLB can find him with that Glacial Prison, then that should spell a pretty solid teamfight win for the side of NIP. So we need to keep our eyes on this Varus if they can punish this lack of summoners.
Oh, they're going to look for it. There's a Solar Flare out. Not going to grab anything just yet. Cube Taking a little bit of damage, but not quite going down. They're going to have Rich getting in here on the Mega. And now you can see immediately NIP know we are stronger. We can go for something a little bit more aggressive. We can try and take away this dragon. They've only got a couple more seconds available, you could say, before this Mega Gnar goes away. And it looks like they've waited out enough time. However, Hijack has been used again for the Solar Flare. Leyen on the back of the pit. This would be sole point for Ninjas in Pajamas. This is a bit of a turning point, you could imagine, in the game. Neither team wants to give this one up, but neither team wants to throw away the game either. They're going to try and maybe make this one work. Rich trying to get up to his Mega as fast as he possibly can, but he's still exhausted. They're going to land it onto Leyen, and he gets bursted out before anything else can happen. The all-in and the all-out going to be seeing Cassante going in over on top of this one now. He's 5v1, and I don't care how broken of a champion you are not winning that fight.
I mean, huge from NIP, able to find Leyen to start that one off. And then sucks for Cube. No one else from the team really able to join. Looks like they were getting zoned off to the side. NIP now on sole point. They're going to have Rich go back towards that bottom lane, push another wave in. So looks like RA should lose a wave somewhere, since I believe a wave just got pushed in mid as well that the Varus has to go pick. But we're going to see here, forced to funnel themselves into the pit. The Heimer grenade actually finds the stun to set this all up. So great from Draw to get this going. And then the flash away from XLB towards Cube. You can see Rich off to one side of the fight. And members like Asim aren't feeling comfortable walking past that to try and get themselves into a range to be able to dish out any DPS.
Big moment there, and you can feel now with the ticking clock going down, 4 minutes until that soul is available, and that's a mountain soul as well, just having you available to stop the burst. Speaking of burst, though, they're going to try and just burst down XLB, who's trying to run away from this one here. The Flash Chain of Corruption, he just won't die. Little piggy, show me your toes. They can keep pushing forward and keep moving this move here as Vota can rip into the majority of this team. Oh, one more auto attack would have taken him out, but there's just nothing else to be done. Now Cube's in a little bit of a bad situation. He's probably going to have to use all of his dashes to get away. He will, but now it just feels like that one dragon fight Ninja in Pajamas have found a switch and they flipped it.
RA, honestly, a little bit lucky with how many members were able to escape on pretty much no HP. NIP are going to be able to convert that kill into an objective, picking up mid lane turret. And I'm surprised with, you know, the picks that we've seen go over in the last few minutes, with the fact that NIP are sitting on 3 Drakes, that the gold lead still hasn't extended. It's not even at 1K at this point.
No, it's just... it's sitting at the nice 700, 600 mark, and it does feel like it's just down to the CS.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could see where it all is, too. It's all coming out from Strive, being about 30 CS up over Dream. Strive has just been defaulting to that side lane, consistently pushing that one out, and just getting that free CS in pocket.
Will say, though, the kills are fairly evenly distributed, and you can see there XLB, he was so hard to kill in that last fight. He's just... This seems to be the new build coming out for the Sejuani. It's just pure health. There's nothing else to it. Radiant Virtue into a Warmogs, and you just sit there and just take everything. There's nothing that you can be done. And I think that just comes down to the fact that, again, you look at some of the champions that are being picked into the mid lane and the top lane. They're not bursty champions. They're champions that kind of build defensively and then have damage because of that. You know, Seraph's Embrace, the Rod of Ages. These are things that will eventually burn you down, but when you just have health upon health upon health, you're going to survive. And with the Warmags to bring you back up, that's all you have to do.
The big thing is the time on the map you get from that as well. You don't have to go for as many bases. It lets you try and contest this vision and get favorable positions for setting up next objectives or contesting camps. So NIP is going to find a lot of value out of that one. And for now, they feel fine just playing the side wave ping pong game. You could see Dream push that one out in top to guarantee that he gets his Zhonya's Hourglass, because with Dragon coming up in a minute's time, NIP are going to feel pretty comfortable contesting this one, because once again, look at summoner spells on the side of RA. Varus, no flash. Willian shouldn't... Ooh.
He's probably going to die here because he has no flash. And look, good kill. Nice little pickup of gold there going over to Leyen. However, it is still a minute to that Dragon, and he will be up with plenty of time to be able to make that one work for his team.
He's going to be fine. He's still going to have his ultimate up as well. So I feel like NIP are still going to have their core cooldowns, but they want to use this window.
They want to try it. The Chain of Corruption that was hijacked does end up getting brought in there. So much CC. Now you're using all of your summoners. You're using all of your ultimates because you need to fight right here, right now. Rich is not Mega, and you've got Heimerdinger still dead. This is a 4v5 for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they are just running RA out of the map. They're saying, no, you are not strong enough. It doesn't matter about the goal. What matters is that we play better.
And IP gonna be able to force them out. Didn't matter that Joel was dead. So no Baron threat gonna come their way. And now with recalls having to come out with 15 seconds till Dragon, I mean, RA are gonna be able to get here in time, but with pings on Baron, it looks like they know, hey, we can't even go there. We have to try and bluff them towards this top side or find a trade.
Oh, finding Cube. Do burn the ghosts out of him. That's pretty big. He won't have the same level of mobility that he would like if the next fight could come in. We should see pretty much all ultimates coming back before this Baron gets taken. As we get the hijack coming out, that's going to be the ultimate from the Vi now in Dream's back pocket. And as you say, look at this Nard. Rich is just taking away the Dragon. They know they can just take this one here. Lien trying to move forward, trying to see if he can catch somebody out. But this Dragon is going to go over. That's going to be stolen. You've only just started the Baron. Lyric, this could be a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, NIP, they feel fine going with this one. Rich won't have TP, though, so it will just be these four members who have to opt into trying to prevent this Baron.
They're going to try and go for it. The Baron has now been stopped. They try and jump on top of him. Dream jumps back in on top of Leyen, who flashes away. Cassante with Cube at the helm, trying to make this one work. He actually stopped the Dragon take Rich to try and join this fight. Southwind tries to go forward, but Photic has just got too much damage. The boomerangs and the ricochets are doing so much. Asom just about stays alive. Oh, Dream with the flash over the arrow means he does not die to the Varus. He will fall to the rise as Photic needs vision. Oh, traded back. Ninjas in Pajamas. They will come out on top, a 4 for 3, but now they need to try and run back towards this Dragon because they cannot take the Baron.
Still, NIP getting a little bit feisty and giving over probably more than they should have. They are going to look to go for the Strake. Rich and Jor are still fine up alive. You can see Shalongdao making his way here as well. With Cube alive and it looked like Southwind making his way over, they might be able to contest. As here you can see NIP are a bit indecisive because they have Rich start to leave early as his Meganar starts to time out from Drake. So it leaves it to the 5v4 where Shalongdao gets immediately bursted out. But you highlighted it. The damage coming out from Photic with these boomerangs and Dream able to set it up. Just really nice. Honestly, coordination coming out from them. Dream baiting them all in, and then Photic being the one to explode them. Then all of them wanting to chase down and get as many kills as possible. But I don't care about this replay anymore, Sheen, because we can see right now Baron's on the cards.
Baron is on the cards. The Mountain Soul was confirmed and taken by Ninjas in Pajamas. They are going to secure the Baron on the side of RA. Southwind will gladly give his life for the cause. They get everyone out with the Realm Warp, so it's not a complete loss here for RA. And despite everything, they still have the gold lead.
It's just crazy how the gold hasn't gone over. Still, just that CS lead coming out from Strive. RA gonna need to make do with this Baron in the time it has, or NIP is just gonna benefit so much from the fact that they stacked up all 4 Drakes, they have the Soul, and they're just gonna have so much combat power. Dream able to buy so much time, like we saw with the Zanyas, with the healing coming out from his Kingslayer, and Photic is massive, sitting so close towards that Lord Dominic's from coming out.
Rich forced the flash away as he was in a lot of trouble there if he gets caught up there by Strife. While that's happening, though, Dream takes an opportunity to push in towards that top side and equal out the gold as best he can. Of course, gold does not mean anything. We got to take about relative stats, and that Mountain Soul is giving a hell of a lot of them. Leyen, you do not have ultimate, and you are in very much no man's land. This mid turret should fall. Charles, the cannon minion, should be able to take it. Ooh, XLB gets deleted right before our eyes. We need to see a flash from Jo as well. They're trying to keep this one fight going, though. This is a 5v4, and again, you can see just how powerful this Sivir is. When you stay and fight with those ricochets just hitting you constantly, you will lose most of your health bar.
Still, RA were able to find something in a position where maybe they shouldn't have. They were able to trade Baron. They knew they couldn't contest Drake. They immediately find Rich's flash. They turn that into a pick and a tower in mid lane. They're doing a nice job to keep this one competitive, even with NIP finding the more worthwhile neutral objectives.
And this is, again, more and more pressure coming in favor of Ninjas Pajamas, but they aren't really looking that convincing. It feels like an afterthought, you know, that kind of way. It feels like Ninjas and Pajamas are kind of going, like, they're getting caught, they're losing someone, and then going, wait, we're much stronger if we're 5 people. And then RA are going, yes, you are. We'll see you later. And they'll just walk away from it. So it just feels like a weird... It's why, you know, Strive's been able to get so big, 3-1 and 4. Able to have so much relevance now in these fights. He's got himself a... Oh, saw myself a little bit there. Nip. Not able to get anything there in that particular setup. But, again, it's why we're starting to see him now with the Void Staff. He is going to be building to some significant damage to make sure that... It's just, if he stays alive, like, it doesn't matter whether or not Asim is or not. It's just going to be about this rise.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you were highlighting about NIP, though, because one thing to remember, this is Rich's re-debut. He has not had that good of a game. But one thing to remember is now he's the only Korean player on this roster. And we have no idea, like, what the level of his Mandarin is. He's been a full year, so you'd assume it should be, like, somewhat workable. But not having Rookie, not having someone you can easily communicate with, he looks incredibly disconnected. He already wasn't having great form towards the end of last split. I wonder if there's any maybe disconnect going on in that way, especially as you're highlighting. Like, a lot of the times, it's NIP opting into 4v5s, or Rich getting caught off in transition like he was in topside, or like he was only a moment ago having to give up his flash. Because if those are short up, it feels like it would have been a lot cleaner game coming out from NIP so far.
See what they're able to make work from this one here. You do finally have the Warmogs being finished up by XLB. Rabadon's Death Cat 4 Dream as he went the far more expensive route. We do have no Dragon or Baron to speak of, but the important thing is, yes, we saw 4 early Dragons go to the side of Ninjas and Pajamas. The big thing is, though, is that now you have an Elder. That is game-ending to whichever team can get it. I feel like you get that with a Rise just machine gunning into you, you're dead. That's it. It's game over. You get that with a Sivir throwing out the boomerangs and the ricochets, you're dead. Game over. So little things like that are going to be the difference here. And with the possibility of that now in a minute 25 seconds, that's where this game is going to start to lie.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be on 80 carries. I feel like as we've gotten to this point with 3 items, Asim just dishing out so much with the attack speed and on hit coming out. We'll be able to burst the frontliners with Dream and Chalangbao looking for engages of their own.
Yeah, XLB caught again. He gets all in by the Cassante. Nice work there to try and get himself back in. Very lucky, to say the least, that he had a blast cone to keep him safe, but doesn't lose his flash, doesn't lose anything else. They did get the ultimate from Cassante, but with 50 seconds left, I think it should just be up in time if they can delay it just a little bit.
Still, though, Fotik also used his ultimate as well, so that's one tool to try and run down the enemy team. We've seen he has been a huge damage dealer for them, and him staying in range to dish out those boomerangs, I think, will be a crucial part for any teamfight NIP win. But again,
he goes in on top of a turret. They actually move them out of the solar flare, and this is going to be a full 5v5. They've gotten the Sivir, though, and that means the 80 carry for the side of Ninjas Pajamas is not here. It's all on Dream. Joe is dead. RA are just tearing them apart. They can't stick to a target. Ninjas and Pajamas are running away, and with 10 seconds till Elder, I don't even think if they need it, they could just go mid.
Yeah, RA looks like they're just going to push out. They're trying to stop the back coming out from Rich. Drive. You're not stopping the back. It's caught out.
Oh, he didn't get the stun, though. And that means he's not able to get killed off. They can turn straight back onto XLB. Kill off the Sejuani. You know it's no longer a contestable objective. RA, they kept themselves in the ascendancy. They put all their resources into Stripes, and they are getting paid back in dividends.
That almost looked doomed for Strive going in, but the fact that it turns out not only into like a neutral play, but into a net positive for the side of RA. You can already see pings coming out on the Baron for NIP, but first we're going to see exactly what happened. Because for NIP, they thought they were catching out Loyen. We see the ults come out from people pretty much across the board from the members of NIP. But it's going to be here where they're able to get onto Fotik. I didn't see what the Spell Shield got used on, but even knocked back into the rest of the team by Cassante. That's pretty much all of your AoE damage gone. You can see Dream trying to make something happen on the backline. He does get onto Asim, but he flashes away. He has the shield coming out from Immortal Shield Bow, doesn't get bursted down, and then you're just left in such a lopsided fight in terms of DPS that Rare Adam are able to take it. And now, looks like they should be able to get this Baron as well.
they're going to have to contest this. Ninjas and Pajamas have no choice. They have to go for this, but just can't get into turn time. They recognize the rest of RA were coiling around their neck, looking for that final strike like a viper, trying to get the last of its prey's life out of them. And now we talked about the goal being so equal. It's just ballooned. It's now like just nearly coming up to 10,000 out of one play. And this is an RA that have come in looking so good. So solid in just how they wanted to play. They put Strife on something that could carry. They kept giving him the resources. Southwind goes forward. They get the subtle flare out of him. This is where the game get a little bit risky, though. You've gone a little bit too far forward, and now Southwind is dead. Whoa! I don't know if you want to be all the way far forward, but there we go. Rich finally gets a good in our ultimate. They need to try and make this one fight work. There's a double kill coming out now for the Photic. A Sivir finally comes online. They're TPing towards mid and bot. Are they going to try and end themselves? Have we just seen RA throw the game?
I mean, I don't know if they feel confidence in if this game keeps going with how well RA have done in team fights. They've about 30-second death timers on the Varus. They're going to go for the push, but Strive is here to try to stop this.
Don't have a huge amount of minions, but they've got another minion wave coming in a couple of seconds. XLB taking the smart decision, saying, look, I've got a Warmogs, I can tank this up, it's fine. They're going to go for both mid lane and bot lane, never mind. They're going to put Dream into the mid lane. This is it. This is the opportunity for Nip. They have to end it in the next 20 seconds. That one will be up. They've got a couple of Baron minions here from Strife. There's only a couple more seconds. They haven't got time. And oh, lordy, this is getting very close. It's still a significant gold lead here for RA, but Ninjas and Pajamas are not to be dishonored.
Asheen, we've seen it go from like a 1K gold lead to a 9K gold lead to a 4K gold lead, all in the span of like 2 minutes.
Baby.
LPL,
baby.
This game is getting crazy. I love the fight still coming out from NIP. You can see the AoE damage able to come out from not only Sivir, which we've been highlighting, but also the Heimer as well, able to get in there, constantly spamming out these rockets. We're going to see here Southwind jumping in. Giant grenade comes out from Dwa, and then Dream following it through. And he looks like he goes a bit deep, but then Rich, able to follow it through, gets a huge Gnar ultimate, and just sets up for NIP to take this.
This is tense now. Your Elder is gone. Your Baron is only up for 40 more seconds. You've lost effectively 2,000 gold off of it because it gives you 1,500 when you take it. You will be able to take this tower, you would imagine. Infinity Edge has been finished up here for Photic. Sivir now going to start really hurting onto these backsides. This game, I'm going to be real with you. It's a Monday. Monday games aren't necessarily considered to be the most hype in the world, if I'm being totally honest. They're kind of seen as the less important. These teams are throwing everything at this game one. And like I just said there, it's only game one. They still have another game or two to go. And I feel like this momentum of this entire series relies on this one game. I feel like whoever wins this is probably going to 2-0 it.
Look, if you're one of those people out there who like looks at the LPL schedule and is like, I'm gonna wait for, you know, TS to play JDG, I'm gonna tell you, it's not always those games that are the bangers.
You're denying yourself. It's
the unexpected, like, Monday through Wednesday games against teams you're like, oh, who are the players on this team that you're like, what is happening in this game? And that ends up just giving you, you know, some bright enjoyment and a lot of good feelings in your life. So if you're here and you're seeing whatever is happening on our screens, you know what? We're all here for it. I'm excited for the next team fight that's going to come through because it looks like both teams right now are kind of aware of like, hey, we're getting 35 minutes in the game. Death timers are already at, you know, about 40 seconds. They're getting up there. Whoever wins the next one is going to take this game. It's about funneling as much gold as you can onto your carries. And then in a minute 30, we're going to have Elder back up. The question is, will someone make a mistake beforehand and get caught out as it looks like might be happening soon.
I mean, I wanted to bring it up just before this next fight. It feels like whoever uses their engage tools first loses. We've seen it multiple times now where NIP thought they got the drop onto Lei Yan. They use everything. They don't get the kill. They get killed upon then afterwards. That last fight was Southwind going very aggressive, moving forward to try and find something that just wasn't there. And because the summoner's available, he just couldn't make it stick. I will say no flash on Rich, no flash on Dream, still no flash on the Heimerdinger either. So we are waiting on some pre-key summoners for Ninjas and Pajamas versus RA who have everything available to them.
I feel like this game just all comes down to Photic. If he goes down, RA win the fight. In my mind, it doesn't even matter who they trade. Like, if it's AD carry for AD carry, I feel like RA would still just come out on the better end of the trade with the damage they have coming out from Rise. But NIP need this Sivir to be able to function. Luckily, his flash has coming back up, so both AD carries now having all their summoners available. And it's going to be about who can find that critical engage onto the enemy AD carry. Like you said, it's been a lot about Cube.
It's not been a lot about Cube. It's been a lot about the... Here we go. They're going to fully engage onto this one here. The Simmer is dead. Photic got caught. He got CC'd out. And just like you called it, Lyric, the game is over. There's no more damage for you. There's nothing you can do, NIP. Your AD carry got caught with his flash in his back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you can't have happen. Just huge mistake coming out from Photic. RA going to be able to go for the end. This game was a war of attrition, and the fact that RA were able to put up losing those early Drakes and make it through has been quite commendable. They don't have a wave, but they should still be able to look for this.
You can see XLB trying his very best. He's going to flash away. He has got himself his space and his Warmog to try and keep himself alive, but I think it's just a futile effort at this point. You're 5v1 and you are nothing but HP. You have literally nothing to gain or to offer in terms of damage. The Heimerdinger a little bit more, but again, not going to be enough. Despite the early setbacks, RA will take the advantage in this series.
Honestly, I feel like coming out from how we saw the early lanes going, this should have been a game that NIP were able to take. You know, maybe with a bit of struggle, but still moderately well overall. The fact that RA were able to inch it back, they were able to get the Rice huge with the farm that was coming out from him in the mid lane, and they weren't giving over too many opportunities for NIP to punish in the mid game. It was the huge difference maker because it looked like Southwind, especially in that early game, was just getting caught left and right. But once we got to mid game and he started grouping up with Luyen and finding those picks under Rich in that top side, setting the Gnar behind, we saw the Rise just constantly getting into that side lane, farming up. That, I mean, NIP just weren't able to accelerate the game with the dragons and gold that they were finding and really turn it into anything tangible.
Yeah, it did feel like you brought it up, but it's a big disconnect. Rich was just not on the same page, very disrespectful as well. Either not getting the information or having the information and still not, doing anything about it. And specifically one I always remember, and particularly in this game, was that top side where he just pats after losing his Mega Gnar, after losing, his ultimate. He's then decides to path aggressively towards the Rift Herald, which they'd have no priority over. And then it just feels like little things like that just weren't really it. And unfortunately for Photic, the duty, if you will, of carrying that game fell very heavily on his shoulders. And we talk about it time and time again in this meta, that single target CC available. It's just so much. If you take one step too far forward, you're dead.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, that last fight went so fast, I didn't even get to see what actually ended up locking him down. He used his cleanse, got out of one thing, but immediately then he was just gone. He wasn't even on the map anymore to even attempt to try and flash it. But like you said, the ball was kind of in his court, and even the team playing around him to make sure that something can go through. But once again, it was NIP the one just trying to find and engage in that scenario, right? We saw Xiaolongbao was the one kind of angling forward, looking for something, and it opened up for Photic to be taken out, and he was the one member that you couldn't afford losing.
I mean, it literally came down to Photic, and unfortunately for him, he just could. They found him, they got him, and I think it was literally I think he got hit by a VIQ straight into the ultimate, straight into the solar flare. There was just so much being thrown at him, and I think at that point, Strife was in position as well for the Rune Prison, so you just didn't have an opportunity to really make this one work for you, and honestly, I think it really did show that despite XLB putting so much pressure and priority in this bot side, it does feel like when you don't have that top side rolling for you, the Cassante is just too solid of a pick to really just let loose and let go, kind of have the reign that it did have, because the engages were just too good, and everything from the side of NIP was just for naught. You had a Mountain Soul and you still got bursted out. That's just how ridiculously powerful these picks were.
Yeah, it was very hard to come out. Just nice use of, like you said, you hit on it so many times, the single target CC coming out, and their ability to prioritize targets, to find angles. Luyen doing, I think, a great job in a lot of those later fights to be able to get on the critical target. And for NIP, at least bringing Rich back in, not looking so well, but it's only their second game, and it's only their first game of the series, right? We can see how things pan out going into game 2 and what adjustments NIP looks to make, because it definitely feels like this was a winnable one for them.
absolutely winnable. They got themselves sold. And again, silver linings that they'll definitely look to try and make better into game number 2. Speaking of which, we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we return, we will have picks and bans for that very game.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually went over to live.
Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. It actually, it's just trying to wait out this rotation from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden 2. Top Esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, 2 upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun, it's the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Deganar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Care also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Welcome back, one and all. We are coming into our fourth game of the day, our second game in this series. Rare Adam gotten themselves a very nice foothold in this game, and when we kind of say either a chance or a lifeline, we'll see how it ends up going. But I am still Ushin. I am still joined by the absolutely luscious Lyric, and we are going to be going into game number 2. I know, gotta keep those. I'm trying to think of like I always like to give Adav to like a description of like, but like I have to make it. I have to change it up because otherwise it gets stale. But yes, coming into this one here, I didn't actually hear who our MVP was for game number 1. But I would imagine it was probably Strife because never mind, it was Leyen coming in with the bye.
Yeah, it was Lilian able to find all those pick opportunities that they needed later on to win. It really felt like it came down to him, but at the same time, just how much CC they were throwing out overall. I think it was pretty nice where you'd see like maybe Solar Flare thrown out first, something like the Spell Shield pop, and then Lilian following through with his ultimate to be able to guarantee that the pick goes through. They had a lot of tools that they were able to work with, and despite the fact that he got set behind early, let's remember, he got solo killed in his own jungle at level 3. RA were able to bounce back, bring it back, and it's not only about how you're able to snowball a win, it's about how you can play when, you know, the pressure's on. And that's something that RA were able to do pretty well in this game.
Yeah, I think the big thing, as I said, it came from these moments here where he was able to keep himself alive, keep himself relevant, and then just biding his time. I think something that we didn't really kind of mention as such in the first early few stages was that Leyen wasn't just going in willy-nilly. He was waiting. He had a calculated move, and this was just him, linking up with his old IG support teammate and kind of making it work. But this is the last fight. We can see how Photic actually got caught here because I think it's literally just takes one step too far forward, instantly gets caught out, and there's just nothing for him to do.
Yeah, goes in, Smite comes out as well, gets right on top of him, Spell Shield down, and then bam, instantly bursted out. Didn't even have a chance to use that flash. And for RA, one thing I'll give them, because again, Southwind had some questionable moments earlier on in the game. I think Southwind had some questionable moments in their first series, but Southwind overall I think has looked more rejuvenated and better than I'd expect him to look coming back into the LPL.
Yes.
And RA in the mid game, like him and Lilian, like I said, they look like they're in sync with what they're able to do. It's not only Lilian not just going in like overzealously or willy-nilly to start an engage to get picked off. It's like, okay, you can see the team kind of angling together to find the right engage to get the win. It was still a hard-fought win. That game was definitely winnable by NIP and felt like it was in NIP's hands, even though there wasn't an overwhelming gold lead for most of the game. So I'd still like to see a better early game coming out from RA in this next showing. But who knows what we get, because NIP are going to make the roster swap. We were questioning about how Rich was doing because he, you know, whether you want to judge like him playing bad individually, he looked very disconnected from the team overall. Like, the way, when and how he's moving over to the team, where he is on the map when the team's looking to aggressively push forward, it wasn't in sync. We were questioning, hey, with Rookie gone, that's one of the easy people he can communicate with on the team now that he is the only Korean player on this roster. So they are going to end up bringing Invincible back in. And with Invincible was how they were able to get their first win in the LPL against Ultra Prime in week 1.
Yes, that was the big thing that we kind of noticed there. The Invincible was a big carry potential for them. I will say I would probably give Cube a little bit more, I suppose, veteran points to kind of be able to go even in a lane or just not give away a lot of different resources. So we'll see how Invincible's able to do this one here. But it is the move here from NIP in their home stadium to try and get this series back on track. They're not out of it just yet. It's why we love best of threes. It's why the LEC stole our format kind of as well. So everyone loves a best of three to try and see who is actually the better team. But
did we invent best of threes, brother?
Yes, LPL. And you know what? Ignore LCK. They have had it for a long time, and we respect them. But I'm just saying, I like to stir the pot sometimes.
You know the weird thing is, everyone knows you like to stir the pot with LCK or anyone else, but you're stirring the pot with LEC, the other region that you have appeared on. Bro, you have casted the LEC.
I have no problem with the LEC. I'm just saying they made the correct decision and moved.
Well, you should. You should have a problem with them. They have a problem with you.
You know what? If they have a problem with me, they can bring it up with me, all right? They can tweet at me or something. But anyway, coming back into the LPL. I don't know why you're trying to start my beef with LEC. Also, hi, Cajal. I know you're live streaming right now. He'll report it all back. But coming back into this game and this league, that's always had best of threes. Coming back, we can obviously kind of say, look, RA looked very good, and even with the early advantages that NIP got, RA kept in tow with it, and a lot of that came down to Stripe. So I would be very surprised to see if Stripe does get the rise again in this game. It just felt like he was way too comfortable with that, and the mobility he was able to give to his team to be able to move around the map and just create plays, which was way too powerful for my liking.
I also want to say, I don't know if it's factually true that the LPL is always the best of threes. I think there might have been a best of...
Almost certainly not 100% true.
I think a best of 2 year might have been in there. I could be misremembering. I don't know why we're still going on about this. We're back in pick and ban. We can see in regards to the sides, teams have swapped NIP now on blue. Still going to keep things like that Jax and Ash ban alive and not wanting to have to deal with those. And RA, I kind of like this of them coming in and being like, hey, let's take out the stock and standard 80 carries that you're used to seeing traded in most games and change it up as, actually a Maokai first pick coming out from the side of NIP. I mean, with it on the amount of control and zoning that it's able to bring. Also, now that we do see Maokai typically go towards an AP route, opens up for AD soul laners. But RA still incredibly confident in the bot lane that they were able to get in Game 1. I guess in Game 1 they had the Leon instead of the Heimer, but the Heimer's only going to make this so much more oppressive in that laning phase.
I was just about to say is that, yes, they took away the Heimer in game number 1. NIP did away from RA, but that was because you can't give Heimer and Varus. But when you're on the red side, you get that first double rotation. You're able to pick that one up. They go with the Sivir Yuumi. It's just going to be a farming lane on that bot side, so I would not be surprised to see maybe a little bit more focus towards the jungle and, of course, more focus from the junglers to that mid and top side. But we are going to see now. Looked like a last second there. I actually looked like Strife didn't know where Vi was on the screen. They had to quickly point it out and say, no, there it is. Go pick that, please.
Yeah, I've actually had that back in 2017 where one of my players set their client was set in a different language and they didn't change it and they couldn't find the pick and they ended up having to pick something different. We ended up with the support Elise. Good times back in the day. I doubt that this was that, but looking at it so far, I don't just want to say that maybe RA looked to play towards opposite sides of the map, because sure, you're going to have a Sivir who, once you get some levels, will be able to clear waves rather easily, but they're just going to be taking so much pressure from this Heimer and Varus lane without the Yuumi really able to put up any pressure whatsoever. So even Lien can get a lot of pressure towards leaning down towards this lane, setting them up to take plates even easier, try and zone Photic and Jewel off the tower, and maybe get this Varus rolling even earlier. But we do see at least solo lane bans coming out for now. Cassante has been something that's been pretty much left through all day. Teams haven't really, it seemed minded going up against him, despite the fact that in every game we've seen, I mean, he's been relevant so far. Heck, he's 3 for 3 so far. OMG picked him in both games and won, and RA had him in that game. And, you know, whatever his usefulness or purpose or, like, game impact was, still able to pull it out in the end.
Well, this time around, Stripe going to be taking away the Silas and saying, look, I don't need to know what I'm going into. I can pick this one here. We can give Cube that counter pick into that top side. The Renekton might be picked up here. Decent pick in both mid and top. We would imagine it will be going towards that top side. That Dominus is pretty damn powerful on someone like a Silas, especially with its AP scalings. Now, your last pick here, and it feels like you're building a pretty decent front-to-back team fight here for the side of Ninjas and Pajamas. You've got the engage, you've got the lockdown here with the Yuumi and the Maokai, and of course the damage from the side of Photic's Sivir, which we saw being very, very prolific in that game number 1. But you're going to need to live a little bit more power, I feel, coming out from here. And yeah, they're going to go straight to it. So relying solely on the magic damage coming out from the Maokai, they're going to go with the Camille. And that is still technically a flex. We could see Camille mid, we could see Renekton mid or top. Either one could be flexed between the two. So they're going to wait to see who's going to be picked up here for Cube.
I would expect this to go to Invincible. This is like his go-to champion. It's his most played in his career. And just something it seems like he's always like to default to. Like you said, though, ultimately, like they could decide to swap it up in the end. But overall, I kind of like what RA have ended up with a bit more. Strong team fighting. They have presence coming out in the bot side with their Varus. To me, that screams why they wanted to go for some aggressive laners like their Renekton to try to guarantee and generate some pressure elsewhere on the map that they will be able to play around. And then it's going to be about setting up a bit of a 1-3-1 for NIP later on, especially with what pressure they're able to find around this mid lane. Maokai Renekton, the mixed damage is there. You have a ton of CC able to come out and try and catch out the Silas and try and transition that towards your top side for Invincible.
The Gwen locked in there, like you said. It's going to be interesting to see how Invincible's able to deal with this one here. Again, like you said, very comfortable on the Camille pick. But going to be difficult to do anything really significant, you would imagine, into the Gwen, especially when you have a just so much power in terms of the side lanes, I suppose, in terms of like the bot lane being able to push in for you, the Vi instant engage. You're going to have to be very selective on how you go into these fights in the early stages. And we'll have to wait and see, of course. Big moment here for NIP. Do not want to go 0-2. We actually never really got to think about it, but their next few games are not easy. They play 3 times this week. They start Monday, they go to Thursday, I believe they play Sunday as well. They play against JDG and then Top Esports. So this could be a 0-3 week, which is not exactly the way you want to be starting off the season. So they need to kind of bounce back right now.
Both teams as well. You look at RA's schedule, and they play Top Esports next as well. And then their other game this week, because they also play threes against LNG, who maybe on paper people aren't rating as highly as JDG and Top. But still, you're going up against Tarzan. You're going up against Scout. Hung is a player who you know, has shown ridiculous moments. Definitely wanting to pick this one up before having to run a bit of a gauntlet for both teams this week.
Yeah, both teams looking to try and make sure they get as much foothold in this position as they can. Going 0-3 in your wins would definitely not be the best way to kind of continue on. Because then again, you know, you're a quarter way through the split. We've only got yourself 12 more series left to play. And that's when this game that we call League of Legends becomes very interesting.
Maybe we're writing them off too early. Like, we're saying, like, oh, you know, they could go 0-3. They also could go 3-0. I guess not both of them can, considering they are playing each other, but one of them can, and the other one can go 2-1.
That's true. That is true. I'm just saying, is it likely? You know, is it, you know, can the moon technically explode and destroy the Earth?
Look,
yes,
you're just playing.
But
you're
is
just
it
playing
likely?
against, like, you're playing against like Rookie, Knight, Ruler, Jackie-Love. Who are they? Who are they?
Yeah. Who are they? Who'd have thought? But yeah, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, to actually bring us back into the game, and me actually be the one to talk about the game for once, interestingly enough, NIP, once again, just putting everything in the Photic basket. Like, Invincible will be able to generate a lot of pressure later on, but I feel like just when you look at NIP as a whole, you're having a lot more confidence in Photic to be the one to pick up that slack and carry the game, to where Dream and Xiaolongbao are going to be about setting up this early pressure, maybe putting them in a state to where they can be the ones to either lean topside and try to snowball the Camille, who, going the aggressive route of both laners having TP plus Ignite, or even try to make sure your bot lane doesn't lose too heavily if RA are able to just get a ton of resources into Asum and Southwind and start taking these turret plates like we expect.
Already we can start to see the war of attrition, that we like to call down this bot side. Bullying coming out from the Heimerdinger and the Varus. So difficult to deal with at the early stages of the game. We're going to be keeping a very keen eye on where these two junglers go. First game, we did see XLB go for a very aggressive and very positive trade. As speaking of trades, there's no flash here on Invincible. No Ghost, though, for Cube. He did take the Ignite into this, so neither top laners having any kind of movement summoner means they are not going to be able to kind of chase him down as easily. As I say that, we might see one more auto attack and an Ignite. No, not quite able to get the damage down. But yeah, again, Cube kind of showing Invincible the ropes in this top side and saying, look, don't worry about it. I'm going to have this priority all day long.
And it's expected, right? You hit on it, coming in. Cube, despite never being like someone you'd put in that like world beater top 3 position, I think has always been an upper echelon LPL top laner, and Invincible has gone in and out. Is XLB now gonna look for Luoyan?
Don't have to flash over the side there, but this time around the Krugs are gonna help him out now. XLB recognizing there was no smite available means that Luoyan does not have a way to try and contest this, so won't lose his life, but this time around will gain a camp.
So both teams trading advantages in different areas, right? Cube able to find something up at top side, XLB finding something in jungle, and now going to try and cancel this back. They're going to keep him here. I wonder if they're going to be, if they'd even be able to go for this. There might be a small window where they can, because Cube's only level 2.
Might try and look for this one here. They're going to try and maybe get something here. Don't forget, a lot of experience being shared here. Liang going in. They don't actually go onto him. He's ignited. But the TP does get forced out by Strive. Liang just about stays alive. Dream roamed up from the mid lane. And ooh, we're getting very testy at the start of this game. XLB now trying to keep the pressure down this top side. Last game, it was on the red side, but it was bot lane. This time, it's on the red side, but top.
I feel like they had enough of a wave where they could have taken it a little bit slower and given Dream more space from up there, but their goal might have only been to try to force out that TP from Strive, which if it was, they were able to do quite well. Now it's going to open up for Xiaolongbao to be able to take away some more camps from Luoyan. Dream, I mean, doing a job on this Renekton, right? It's about keeping up pressure in the mid lane and allowing your jungler to start finding these avenues to get these advantages.
Don't forget, though, this is how game number 1 went in this series as well. We saw XLB go for the exact same invade, and he's going to go try and just do exactly the same thing he did last time. This time around, though, Cube does not have flash. Going to try and see if they can get the CC down on top of him. They are doing fairly well. Those resistances from that mist are doing well. XLB almost falling down very low. If he had dropped the Ignite, that might have been a counter kill coming out for RA. But again, XLB putting a huge amount of resources into one side of the map, but I don't know how it's going to look.
And in game 1, we saw XLB is Photic now, going to be forced to use that cleanse, is going to get away scot-free. But going back to jungle, we saw in game 1, Lian started to find his way back into the game because Xiaolongbao was spending so much time around his lanes that Luoyan was getting ahead in farm. And it looks like we might be in a similar scenario. Only one camp up so far, but it looks like this should at least turn into a dragon for the side of RA as well. Able to get the cleanse from Photic means they're going to be able to look for repeat plays towards that bottom side. And we're starting to see a bit of a clear divide. RA wanting to use the pressure they have from their bot lane to get ahead, to where for NIP so far has been about their solo lanes, which is what you'd expect when you have the mixed damage coming out in champions like Renekton and Camille.
Well, already level 6 now for Dream, does have access to the dominance, so will be in a very decent kill pressure now for Strive to deal with. We will see XLB get caught out now on his camps. This time around, not spending any more time trying to just make things happen in the top side, recognizing he needs to make sure that he's getting some decent farm. It took him a while to get level 6 in that last game, but Lian back on the Vi, just trying to make this one work as best he possibly can. This is the thing that I'm finding very curious, because the last time around, the reason why Photic died was because they were able to get the CC down from Lian on top of him as quickly as possible. Now, it's the same matchup. It's still the Vi into the Sivir, so I still feel like RA are still feeling pretty good. Yes, they don't have the same level as follow-up CC as they did with the Leona, but it does feel like it's going to be something that's going to happen again and again and again. A Stoutwin maybe feeling like he could be a bit of an engaged guy coming out here now. He's going to try and maybe bait out the Spell Shield as he drops down a hell of a lot of damage, but the Spell Shield just get used to drop piercing arrow damage. So nothing gained, nothing lost, but you can see already RA dominating in this bot side.
Yeah, they're going to be able to force the recall coming out from Photic. But for NIP, it's been about the top side as they have, once again, Xiaolongbao looking for this invade.
Oh, Hextech Ultimatum is there. There's a Twisted Advance, and First Blood goes over to XLB, over Leyen once again.
And, I mean, they're just set up in such a good position. Once Rift Herald does spawn, they have such huge control in mid lane. Dominus going to be so impactful, and just the early damage that Renekton's to be able to bring us compared to, like, Sylas and Gwen on the opposite side. So I would expect NIP to be looking towards that objective. Luoyan, I mean, your only camp up so far is blue. Make your way down here and try and enable your bot lane to be able to get something. You could try and rotate them up first and see if you can contest Herald that way, but I still don't know if it'd be a great idea opting in to face, you know, an early game Renekton. Xiaolongbao shouldn't be too far off from being able to get his ultimate either, which would be great in a fight around those neutrals.
Okay, they're looking for a lot of damage here onto Photic. Exhaust, heal, used, but the great spell shield stops anything else from happening. But more and more pressure. No summoners now available for the Yuumi means that you don't have that combat set up. They drop down a ward because they recognize Leyen might be sneaking around in the vicinity, but you can see already RA, they recognize where their power is, and it's in this bot side.
And good. Just keep doing this. Whittle down these short plates. Use this combo for what you opted into picking it for, and just rely on the power that Asum's will have later on in the game. XLB, though, trying to relieve some of that pressure for now. I don't know if they should realistically be able to find too much. They do have the Maokai ultimate available if Asum and Southwind do overstep, and there is no cleanse on the Varus and no flash on Southwind, so they're going to have to be quite cautious with how they're playing, but I feel like NIP still have a better setup for being able to contest that Herald, so I'd like to see Xiaolongbao start making his way back up towards his top side.
Looks exactly like what he's going to be trying to do, as level 8 there pinged for Strive, as he's still fairly weak comparatively, you would imagine, to the Renekton. A pickaxe versus a couple of half items, even quarter items, if we're being totally honest, is not really what you want to be seeing. Leyen, though, with the level 6. No Ignite this time around, though, on Invincible, and he has no way to really get out of this one here. I say that, they just about miss out on getting a full engage there. You feel like he wanted to try and land that Q and try and just really dissuade him from going anywhere else, but not to be. They do end up getting the pressure, though. It's going to force it back, which delays, you would imagine, this Rift Herald take.
I mean, he did Q, but he, like, Q'd into Invincible's E, and it looked like Luoyan was the one who got stunned. I'm not sure how that interaction works, or if Luoyan's Q ended, like, a brief, like, millimeter before and Invincible's E was able to hit him, because definitely had the like, little, like, stun animation off onto Luoyan. Still, though, not going to be able to find it. It is going to open up for the Rift Herald to be able to come out on this top side for NIP like we talked about, but Asum on the opposite end, gonna get his recall off. Photic has stayed up in items, and actually in farm, they're almost completely even. So NIP's bot lane doing a nice job of making sure they don't fall too far behind.
Job so far. Nothing really going to be changing in terms of the dynamic of this particular game. The little sapling is going to be a little bit of an annoyance right now. Not quite able to get the hijack onto XLB, so doesn't steal away the ultimate there, but does keep himself known. And again, having that information of knowing exactly where this jungler is just going to keep that pressure in bot side. I will say, though, it's pretty much a tit for tat in terms of the advantage. Yes, you got a couple of plates, but of the actual items that have come out, you can see Photic just keeping up instead. Not really letting this fall behind, not letting himself be caught out. Speaking of which, XLB is changing his strat a little bit, saying, look, there's no flash on Southwind, we no cleanse on Asum. We can definitely make something work here as Southwind takes a huge chunk of damage, and if he leaves, Asum could be dead.
You need to be careful, though. Strive does have his TP in mid lane. He's getting pushed in, so it should be hard for him to follow his Cube.
Oh, Cube down. 1v1, Invincible. One more auto attack against the Cube. Oh, Cube! He was spamming his R button. The ultimate comes back and gives him the healing.
The sustain able to come out, strikes again. Cube was feeling it. He thought he had it. But my God, the fact that the Cube's able to turn that around is insane. That's crazy.
I think Invincible canceled his auto attack twice. I'm pretty sure he did, but we'll see it in the replay here. The dragon was being taken, but again, you know Invincible wants to go for this because he recognizes there is no needlework.
Dodges out initially with the E from Cube, goes for the ult, comes out with the oh. You might be right. There might have been one. There might have been one.
Might have been one for sure. We come back into live, and Dream is dead. Dream is now turning into a nightmare, and all of a sudden, oh God, Lyric, this is looking incredibly similar to game number 1, where the game looked like it was in NIP's control, but then it just starts to fall away in very weird instances.
I mean, once again, NIP didn't really even get up in gold from the plays that they were making earlier on, just because of the plates that were able to come out from Asum. Now able to pick up the second one coming on through. So we're going to see what happened here. Just Luoyan waiting in the wings around mid lane, Q's into the flash to make sure that the CC lands, able to follow through with the ultimate. And with Southwind comboing through, that was the synergy we were hitting on before, that it looks like RA have been able to build up with their newest member.
Yeah, I mean, again, the newest member in terms of the team and the organization, but definitely not the newest member in terms of the actual jungle support combination. 2020 True. IG, you had Leyen and Southwind coming in together. They were very comfortable with each other. They looked like they had built up that synergy, and it looks like it hasn't left.
I gotta say, 2020. I guess it wasn't too bad. A lot of people forget that they actually finished like first in one of the regular seasons and like second or third in 2020. Summer. Yeah. But yeah, in playoffs, it definitely wasn't there for them. As Strive, of course, the flash. As thank you, Strive. As I didn't mean to like blame Loyen in Southwind City.
Yeah. Well, Needlework comes out, puts Invincible down to about a third of his HP, and this is starting to get rough right now for Invincible. We talked about how, yes, he was a big carry component in their win over Ultra Prime. However, this isn't really the same level of
no.
Of caliber of talent.
It just looks at it, right? Because Invincible spent most of his time over the past 2 years playing in the LDL, where he has been someone who has just been able to absolutely gap people. And Ultra Prime's newest top laner is someone they're bringing up from the LDL. He was someone who's now, you know, a chiseled veteran in the LPL for the past 2 years. And like we said, has always been able to... he's always been able to beat the top laners under him, and he would never really get bodied by any of the top-tier top laners. So this was a hard-fought battle. It makes sense why NIP wanted to go for his host.
Oh, there's a weird... That was a cool art project right there with the two different creeping vines making themselves known, but ends up being another quick kill and Dream. I think we're going to have to coin this term. He's getting the captain treatment right now because he is just getting focused out in this game number 2. We saw what XQW earlier, and now him. They're just kind of saying, cool, you're the newest guy. We're going to take you out.
I mean, I feel like in this game, Dream's kind of given it to himself a few times here with just where he's been positioned. The last one couldn't really do too much about, but this one definitely getting a bit caught with his pants down. And for NIP, I mean, sure, again, you have the Camille's going to be able to come online later on and be able to put up some numbers, but still feels like you're going to be lacking a little bit in terms of like how are you able to look for fights later on, having this Renekton in the mid lane who's now set behind. It's going to be all on Maokai zoning with the ultimate, setting up for Photic to be able to free hit, along with just the Yuumi on top of him. So we already have like a lot of different options. You have so many different single target CCs able to come through. You have a front line in your Vine Gwen that is very feasible. You have some opportunities to side lane with both Sylas and Gwen. So yeah, I mean, if RA can just keep this game stable, which, I mean, right now they're ahead, right? I feel like going forward, they should be in a position where they have more options in terms of how they want to play out the game.
More options are always nice. 30 seconds till the second Rift Herald spawns. 1 minute till the third dragon. One apiece in that particular regard. There's another boatload of CC, and yeah,
he's just gone.
I mean, just not really having any kind of presence of mind, honestly, to where everyone is, and that's just little things like that. You will be punished. We talk about it so often when we see new players coming into the LPL, why it's so hard to come up from the LDL into the LPL in any position, because you're against, again, some of the best in the world at what they do. Mechanically speaking, like, we have some of the best players ever to play the game, and it's just, you're just going to get caught every single time.
You know, Sheen, I don't know how much NIP hype there was out there, but you know, they should be thankful for Chinese. Well, they should be thankful for Lunar New Year, because it allowed it to last for at least a couple of weeks. You know what I mean?
It technically lasted to week 5.
it added a solid 10 days on that hype train. If you missed, if anyone missed their intros, they did have banger player walkouts.
They
and I
did.
still
They
support
dabbed.
that. They dabbed. They had
They
multiple
dabbed on the
dabs.
haters. And multiple dabs coming in, but that's Rift Herald picked up. That's going to be dropped down the top side. You'd imagine Dream has got everything available to him, in fairness, so he's going to be able to maybe go for the. Ooh. That's all you got to do. Sometimes the threat of a CC is enough to get something out of you, and it comes down to trigger discipline. But now Leanne.
Oh, Leanne.
Why
He's gone.
are you there? Question mark.
Yeah, you
don't
don't
need to go for that ward.
You don't have anyone showing on the bot side of the map. They saw Xiaolingbao walk out a little bit ago. You have no eyes on where Invincible is. You can see that Aston's kind of backing up in the mid lane. So, yeah, a little bit of an overstep coming on through. And, hell, Nip will take that. Sitting 2k gold behind. They are at least on 2 dragons, so if they can start building their way up on these Infernal Drakes, they'll have tons of damage on Photic later on. What we see here, yeah, goes for the Lord. And again, just look at the state of the map, like where his teammates are and like where the enemy isn't. Should be the information that he's playing with.
Sometimes no information is information as well.
Well, no information definitely is a lot of information.
That's exactly it. That's my point. You disagreed with me.
No, I'm saying you should have been more confident. You shouldn't say sometimes. You should say all the time.
You know what? I'm going to start just randomly saying statements.
Live in absolute
wildly committing to different narratives and points that, make no sense. Just to appease you, Lyric. As my goal in life, to appease you. But, yeah, I mean, we kind of haven't had a huge amount to talk about this Renekton. It's kind of been honestly just very lackluster and unimpressive, because it just feels like right now it's just not doing what it needs to do. It's just not really giving yourself and the priority that we expect it to give. And with a 0-3 scoreline, even with the play of the Ruined King, I don't even think he can deal with Strife, honestly, because Strife has got the Zonya's Hourglass now.
No, I don't know if Strife would necessarily be able to. Okay, Leyen finds the pick.
He finds the pick, and they get the kill. That is as easy as you like. Leyen said, look, I went 4v1. I'll even let you go 3v1 and see if you can survive. The answer is he can't. And all they lost from that was Leyen's ultimate and Southwind's Ignite.
And now they're going to be able to guarantee the spot side turret. NIP will trade it on the top side with no one contesting Dream as of yet. Looks like they'll send Strive now, so they might actually be able to stop this one from going down. Honestly, doesn't really mean too much. Opening up... Ooh.
I was going to say, that's a hell of a lot of damage. And Dream, he flashes away after getting the Dominus out, but that was rough to say the least. There is still a flash.
Oh.
And yeah, even the Observer was too slow to try and keep up with Strife on that.
He was ready for it. I'm just surprised the amount of distance Strive was able to cover in that time to guarantee that the kill goes down. And I mean, it's just been members of NIP getting picked off. And by members, it's only been Dream and Invincible. These side lanes getting punished so far. It's opening up for Southwind and Loyan to aggressively push in and get this Vision down. Baron's coming up in a second. They can get Vision topside to guarantee that Strive can get this tier 2 top and just widen their gold lead even further.
Again, we're seeing, we talked about it coming into the draft, Rodney, you mentioned it, that this is very much NIP putting a lot of the, if not all of their eggs into the Photic basket. And when your solo lanes are 0 and 2, 0 and 4, I mean, yeah, it's great you're ahead on CS. It's awesome that you basically got a free laning phase because Heimerdinger, Southwind just left and kind of said, all right, well, we're just going to let you do whatever you want to do, because how are you supposed to catch this if Cube and Leanne are able to jump on you, Strife as well? Like, where are you supposed to go as this Sivir? I don't care how many summoner spells you have. That's now impossible to play.
Yeah, it reminds me of earlier in the day when we had the like Irelia from LGD against the Caston. We were like, okay, this needs to set this behind. The same with this like Renekton, Maokai top side of the map, where it's like, okay, this needs to get ahead. This needs to, more importantly, set the enemy mid jungle top side behind to buy time for Photic to be able to take over the game. They're going to go for the engage.
They're going to go for the engage, go for the exhaust down on the Gwen. Guess what? Your Shroud is only good when the Maokai is not in it. So Very nicely done there. Very aggressive and honestly unnecessary, if I'm being totally honest, from RA to try and make something work. But you've used them an awful lot here on the side. They're going to try and... Oh, they almost got the stun there on the Photic. Outwind, if he had just landed it, they definitely would have tried to 100% engage, but was not to be. Now we come back into the state of the game. 4,000 gold lead, and ooh, RA, they've no vision. They know Ninja and Pajamas have no vision here, and they've got a hybrid nigga, so they can try and push for this.
Yeah, looks like NIP are aware that this is possible, though. Xiaolong Bao.
Oh, the Train of Corruption doesn't land, but they do get the abscond abduct. Xiaolong Bao getting taken out just by Leyen for earlier moves. As we can see now, he tries to get himself away. They're going to be a TP coming in from the Gwen. They're going to try and get the Sun down to the Strife, who tried his very hardest to make sure he could get some kind of damage down, but nothing to be done there. And well, the Baron Bait ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but importantly here for the side of RA, they have their jungler, the side of NIP do not, so we might see a Dragon contest.
Yeah, RA need to make sure that they get this one, and at the very least don't let it go over towards the side of NIP, especially with the Dominus going down. It's invincible now. Gonna have to use the E to get out of there. And yeah, this is going to open up for RA to look for this one. Again, no Dominus available. You're missing out on the Yuumi ultimate for quite a while. Just feels like for NIP, go for your resets, catch your wave top, and start getting things in order to make sure that no shenanigans go down towards that Baron on top side. As I mean, we're going to get a replay of this pick, but it's pretty straightforward. They try to go for the Baron, at least force NIP in. It allows for the Vial to bring out a pick onto the Maokai. With Dream having that TP, is going to be able to find one of his own. I think it's quite nice for RA that the Vi didn't go down as well. But here's what NIP needed to prepare for. The fact that RA would immediately turn back towards this Baron.
You have a Guinzoo's on your Varus. Here we go. They're going to use the ultimate there from the Maokai to try and get this one going down. 4,000 HP onto the Baron. Dream is dead. However, it's traded. It's a 1-for-1. Asim doesn't really have the damage here, and the Sivir does. This is Sivir doing it again. Photic flashes away, keeps himself alive, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they take everything.
NIP, they find the targets. With NIP being the ones engaging into the fight, it sets up that RA aren't able to lock down Photic, aren't able to take down the one huge damage dealer on their side to be able to guarantee a fight for themselves. We see why Maokai is such a huge priority with that ultimate, just zoning them into that pit. And now, not only do NIP have a Baron, they're going to start breaking down these structures, and they're once again back in the driver's seat. 4-0-4 on Photic. This is not where you wanted to be if you were RA.
An error coming up on the side of RA if they look at Photic right now. He is untouchable, unkillable, but I will say that we are in a position now where they get a couple bit of gold. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, you've used so much in that you're trying to make this one work. You don't really have the kind of same facilities as you had a few minutes ago.
It's like, I mean, the Maokai ult doing so much to bring them all in, and at the same time, so much used on Dream right there, but it should be all about getting onto Photic. No one able to push forward because we see members like Invincible and Xiaolong Bao jumping into body block, and with that, we just see how much the Boomerangs are able to do in these exchanges. Awesome going to be able to put off a lot of single target damage, but when you're all just confined to that small choke point against the tools that NIP have, the Sivir's just going to be able to completely melt you.
This is where we kind of come back and almost find ourselves exactly in the same position as we were in game number 1. It's all about Photic. He has to survive. He has to stay alive in these fights. And I will say you've got some pretty decent tools available to you for the damage, but there are no tanks on the side of NIP. Look at these damage items across the board. They'll blow somebody up, but if they get caught themselves, there is no surviving.
It definitely feels like whichever team is the one starting the engagement is going to be, you know, on the better end of things, which I feel like is typically how the game leans anyway. But even Invincible, if Invincible, both teams sitting on 2 dragons apiece, so we're at least not anywhere close to like a soul fight really forcing either team's hand. But NIP feeling comfortable with this Maokai ultimate to just keep forcing these turrets down and pushing RA back.
That one's dead.
Oh!
Scorch, my brother, Scorch. And now they're going to get the tower as well. Ooh, that's not the Prowler's Claw you wanted right there. There's a Chain of Corruption going down on top of the Yuumi. So we're going to see now Photic getting a little bit of damage down on top of him. They're going to be stop rushes used galore. It's an almost identical fight that we saw last time where NIP are in the driver's seat, but then they just throw it away over a random engage.
At least this time around, NIP have the split pusher to try to find something somewhere else on the map, but you're right. Throwing away a lot of the gains that they had just made in the previous 2 minutes Dream not having a good game whatsoever on this Renekton so far, and it's set up for the counter punch to come up from RA. We're gonna see it
This
here.
is just unfortunate, though. Prowler's
Yeah.
Claw after it. Like, you got the kill. Move on. You don't need to do anything else. But yeah, it just feels like Dream goes in with the Prowler's Claw, and then it just ruins him.
Yeah, goes in, gets locked down. Other members wanting to follow through since he's able to buy time. Pulls like a Yumi ult thrown out. And the fact you have the Silas able to take away that Malphite as well. Lock down both Photic and Xiaolongbao. Sets up for the pick to come out. And, I mean, the range coming out from the ultimate. Luo Yan guarantees another pick on through. And every time a gold lead starts to swing in either direction, it feels like just one misstep brings it back to about an even game.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. As we wait to see now the dragon spawning in 30 seconds, this would just be soul point for either side, so we'll put them in the condition of getting an Infernal Soul, which I cannot stress enough how valuable this is for both sides. Getting that extra burst onto either of these teams could be absolutely massive. You can see XLB using the range of those saplings, but so difficult to move into this. You want to know as RA, they kind of feel like they have advantage here to try and take someone by surprise.
And especially with Photic not having flash up. Cleanse still available. The spell shield will be there. So he will have opportunities to try to avoid out on any picks coming through. But NIP aren't even going to fall for it. They don't want to put themselves in a situation where that can potentially fall through. And they are just going to allow for RA to get onto Soul Point because they're confident that if they can keep getting items onto both Camille and Sivir, that no one will be able to match. After Invincible's early game kind of struggles, he's back in the game, and we've already seen what the Sivir can do. So 2 carries that you can rely on, all reinforced by a Yuumi and Maokai that honestly are just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and with that top wave pushed in as large as it was, we will see that finally soaked up here. We'll say Strive is level 17, working towards level 18, so definitely feeling very powerful on this Silas pick. And we come back, we reset. The big thing I do keep wanting to make reference to in that last time is that...
Wait. Can I interrupt for 1 second? Just say,
of course.
Like the damage numbers we just saw of like 29% of the team's damage, Photic. 27% of the team's damage, Xiaolongbao. Not surprising. Yeah. Like again, Maokai does really pack a hefty punch, but just to like give Xiaolongbao his due in terms of what he's been able to do with the ultimates, with the saplings coming out in this game.
Absolutely, and kind of important to recognize his items well. He's got that Sonya's Hourglass, which I was trying to bring up as well, is that in that last engagement, we saw the stopwatch being burnt by Dream. The broken stopwatch had to be you, or the stopwatch had to be broken by Photic. It's now been turned into a GA. So these are little things that are going to try and maybe change the the setup of this one. The GA is an interesting one for me as well because it feels like the GA is kind of it's not as good as a Zonya's because a Zonya's you can decide when you go into it. The GA you just get popped, and if you're in a bad position, you're just in a bad position. It's not that useful to you. So we're gonna see Invincible. Oh, he got baited. He got baited, and now he's just gonna end up getting killed. That's just how this one is gonna go. They're gonna get the double ultimates available to him, but now in mid. We will see the Camille going down. The Yuumi ult has been used, as has the Dominus, and now pressure's coming in. These are the little small things that we were talking about. NIP just not quite able to keep it together, and not going to lose anything too major, but they're definitely going to be able to take this Baron.
I mean, RA have 50 seconds. You would assume that they should want to look for a bit of a Baron play themselves before Invincible's up and can TP into the play. Ultimates are down on both sides. They will have to worry about Xiaolongbao's ultimate coming through, but Strive does have his hijack available.
Has the hijack and did not use it onto XLB last, so he will have access to that. They're going to try and maybe make this one work. There's the ultimate there. They're going to try and put them both together as they both end up getting spell shielded. There's the Sivir going in. The Baron secured by RA. You can see Dream trying to make this one work because he's already killed off. They found Photic and they've gotten him killed. This is what I'm talking about. Yes, he's been GA, but what good is it going to do? The rest of your team are run away, and this is RA once again taking control of this series.
RA doing a great job with that pick inside lane to set this one up. Invincible thinking he had the 1v1. Cube completely baiting him with Strive there. NIP then are just in the situation where it's like, we really don't want to give over Baron, especially with the fact that they gave RA the last strike. So you're going to let them keep up prio with that Baron. They'll have waves, they'll get the soul, and then they will just be able to take fights. So sadly, that one pick onto Invincible kind of put NIP in a really rough position with what they were looking to do. We can see here Spell Shield forced out by the Maokai ultimate, and then Dream tries to go in to force something. He gets picked off immediately, and with the fact that Spell Shield's down, bam! Luo Yan has his timing to go in, and sadly, nothing Joel can do can save him.
Oh, invincible. I don't think you're going to be feeling very invincible in the next moment. He's going to get ulted upon. He's going to use his ultimate there. Actually dodged out from the Chain of Corruption. Just about gets out to die to Strife. But now with the wave coming in, we're going to see the Maokai ultimate. That's going to be soaked up easily, and that's a big engage to him no longer there. Yes, Southwind gets taken very dangerously low, but it's just not going to really mean that much of a difference. You're losing the rest of your base. You're losing control of this game, and RA are kind of getting control of your jungle just before the dragon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go for those resets. They're still going to have that Baron buff available when Dragon's up, so they'll be able to maintain push of the waves, or at least make sure that Photic can't just, you know, consistently zone that one out and get mid in a neutral place. Both side lanes are pushed out as well. So you'd expect RA to be in a good position for the fight that's coming up. More items coming out in tow as well, sadly for Cube. Not exactly able to get that Void Staff out. Is just so close to being able to get it in his pocket. And now I think a lot's going to be down to Strive once again, whose ult he's able to take away and how much of an impact he's able to have for his team to be able to take the fight.
Well, TP going to be coming in here. That's going to be Invincible joining his team. Leanne off to the side. Has got 3 items here as they look to try and maybe go for it. He did not know that Leanne was in there.
Machine Photic now, though, has no summoners after the last fight. So
and
it
no
would be
GA
it'd be so risky for them to even try to fight into this. It looks like they realize that. They know that they really have no opportunity to do so. They give it over. And now, I mean, they're just going to be hoping for a mistake to come out from RA and for Photic, draw, you know, XLB able to capitalize.
I mean, again, the big thing is just survivability. I look at, I'm sorry to keep pointing him out, but 0-7 on the Renekton for Dream. It's just not been it, my dude. And he's been sitting on a chain vest and a broken stopwatch since he lost his stopwatch at that inhibitor on top side, or on bot side, you know, at RA's base. So this is the setup now, and now you're looking at even more burst available to you for someone like Leanne, Strive, Cube jumping on top of Photic. And it's exactly the same like we talked about in game 1. If Photic dies, the game's over. There is no coming back from that, and it just feels like it's just, again, you're putting too much priority onto this one particular carry that it's just not how the game's going to go anymore. I feel like a team like RA, who have kept basically the entire roster effectively, you know, in terms of from 2022, they're just going to be coordinated enough to be able to take you out.
Yeah, they've at least kept their core, right? They kept their whole top side together, which is what the main talking point of RA was when you would watch an RA game. And they've just solidly, I mean, in AD carry position, they got an upgrade. And Southwind coming in, I think a lot of people will be like, wait, Southwind? What's Southwind doing back? But Southwind has just meshed, honestly, so well. Still gets caught out quite a bit, like we saw from him back when he was on like IG or Vici back in the day. But honestly, I think Southwind has been working out incredibly well with Rear Adam. Way better than I think any of us could have ever imagined.
I mean, again, yeah, it comes down to the synergy he's picked up with Leanne. Him and Leanne seem to be on the same page. They're working together a lot of the time. And the fact that, and I will say I'm very happy to see from Southwind, is that we didn't just get 2 hard engage, you know, games from him. He's able to play the Heimerdinger. He's doing things properly. And he's being, you know, aggressive with it as well, as we see 3 people waiting in this bot side to see if anybody walks forward. No, nobody waiting in this bot side, as Strive should be able to collect its wave. But again, you know, great to see from Southwind. Again, a player that just, again, keeps on giving. It feels like he's never, ever feels, even when we think he should be gone, he comes back and kind of proves us wrong.
And, you know, the stars of the show on this RA squad, in my mind, are still, like, their top side of the map. And, like, Awesome kind of becoming this, like, bit of a breakout star with more and more time in the LPL. But, again, it's about reality compared to the expectations that you had coming in, as Invincible gonna get punished once again. That was my expectation, and you know, reality's the same.
Yep, he'll lose his GA as soon as he gets it, and that's kind of sums up the game really for NIP. Really does feel like this is just an unfortunate situation. Losing Rookie was hard. Obviously, Karsa going as well. XLB did share time with him, of course, and XLB's had a fantastic game in his own right, just playing well on this Maokai, but it's just hard. That's the only way I can put it. With TP advantage now available to them, they can keep Strife in mid lane, move him towards the wave, and try and get that one going for themselves while they start to set up Baron.
Yeah, now, you know, we've got the items that we were waiting on to come
out.
Oh my
god! I mean, XLB goes golden, but why? Because now Zhou can't go anywhere, and he's just gonna die. There's just nowhere for you to go. There's just nothing for you to do, and this damage coming out. Look at the needlework. I just realized Dream has 0 magic resistance. He's got a Prowler's Claw, a GA, and a Bork. What's he going to do against a Silas, a Heimerdinger, and a Gwen? I'll tell you what, die. That's what he's going to do. And there's going to be the Baron. This feels like a formality at this point. This game has lost all control from NIP. RA are running toward the 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick this one up and just start to get these waves pushed out. I wonder if they go for any type of reset. I don't know if some of them are sitting on some gold. Looks like they are. Cubit just picked up his voice staff before this fight had panned out. But now you know the push is going to come through, and they're going to start looking to finish this game. As Zavaris now on full build, he's going to be hitting like a truck. But, I mean, this damage coming out from Stride. I mean, they have Soul coming out. Takes away the ultimate.
It's an auto attack, man.
Yeah, Xiaolong Bao just taken so low. On the opposite end, Photic forced out of the fight from Lo Yen with that ultimate. He does manage to get away, but you just see Cube running down the other members of NIP on the opposite side of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a lot else to really say about it. It's just a rough game. The solo lanes have not come together here for NIP, and RA have taken... stylistically, it does feel like it's a bit of a mismatch for NIP. They have a strong bot lane, but I feel like right now when you have such a difference, such a diff, if you will, in the solo lanes, you're just going to struggle every single time, and that's just putting too much pressure onto Photic to try and stay alive. Man's trying his hardest, can't deny him that, but it is just getting to a point now where he's going to have to basically 1v5 if he wants to try and save this series, this game and this series for the side of NIP.
Yeah, Xiaolong Bao might be able to get some poke damage to stick as well, coming out from those saplings. You know, we can see Southwind getting hit a little bit, but doesn't feel like it's going to mean all too much. RA, still have to be a bit careful in terms of the engage that'll come out, and luckily, once again, it seems like one thing that NIP are very conscious of is trying to make sure that they always have some semblance of wave clear in like any draft that they pick up to make sure that games just can't be ended on them out of nowhere.
Now we wait 30 seconds until the Elder Dragon spawns. Honestly, this is XLB's got to do. He's got to steal it, and they got to take the win from there, and if they don't win, then it's game over. This is where this is going to go right now. You still have a minute left on the Baron, so they're going to try and push that one up. I will say, though, a full item Sipper with her GA back up and some, well, at least her cleanse available. No flash just yet, but is a little bit scarier, can be a little bit more aggressive, but yeah, it's going to be
You look at the item differences. You look at even the level differences. Like Dream just hit 17, Stripe's been 18, Ascen's been 18. Oh!
Well, that I winced. I physically winced. That was disgusting. What? That was before Elder.
That was great. And okay, well, we've been kind of talking like this game's been over, but yeah, this now Ari's going to go for the push unless we get the most awesome, coolest 4v5 in the history of League of Legends. Keep your eyes on the Sivir. What is possible? What is possible?
Radio sports broadcast lyric is my favorite, but what is possible and what is probable, those are two very different conversations, and I can tell you right now, the probability of Sivir 1v5ing is at an all-time low. 2-0 for RA as they dispatch the ninjas in pajamas.
I wanted to sell the hope. I wanted the believers to be
Hey man,
there.
I was gonna buy it.
I wanted everyone to think back to when, who was it, Rich and Lo Yen walked in and they dabbed. I wanted everyone to remember that. But sadly...
to fonder times before the game started.
Sadly, dabbing doesn't make you win League of Legends games. Is that RA?
What? I don't dab on the haters?
You know, neither game was like, whoa, RA came out and stomped and crushed, but I think RA came out and like you saw some clear strengths out of them, like some nice cohesion in both games, clear understanding of like win conditions or like how certain fights should be played out in the mid game, even if there were some like early mid game hiccups there. So RA so far, at least giving me vibes that they'll slot into a very similar position at least of where they filled last year early in the split, of which, okay, you can expect this team with the talent they have, with like the cohesion that they built, to at least be, you know, in the middle of the pack. It's like where they can build from there, I think is the exciting thing to look at for this Rare Atom team.
Well, I will say for Rare Atom, it's already half of the wins they got in 2022 summer. They were 4-12. They were second last. So this is a fantastic start for them, and they are moving forward. They kept, again, like we talked about, majority of the same roster. They believed in this, and we had, like, you look at, we talk about this team, and we talked about how, like, they were losing 2-1s a lot of the time. They were kind of getting a couple of wins here and there, great moments. They just need a little bit more. We're seeing a little bit more. We're seeing decisiveness. Southwind coming in was a big question mark, but the fact that he's linking up with Leyen so much, we cannot overstate how important that is, because the biggest criticism we had for Leyen in 2022 summer was he was going in alone. He was going in, dying, and then they were 4v5 without their engage.
And some of that was cleaned up in the mid game. Like, I think in mid-late game, especially, is where like RA look like, okay, we have an idea of what we want to do. Like, we're playing for this dragon. We're pushing out these waves. We're looking for this engage, and they're doing it together. There's, like, off moments where you see members getting caught out. Southland maybe in an early game. Luoyan had that moment around topside jungle where he, like, went to clear out the ward. But overall, these are things I feel much more confident about being ironed out, like, more easily than some of the struggles we're seeing this NIP team have with the disconnect in these two games.
Yeah, it really does feel like the whole rookie has left.
Wow.
Yeah. I just saw
Look
that
at
as well.
damage.
That is a serious amount of damage coming out from the Maokai, and that's why the full AP Maokai is so disgusting. However, you need solo lanes, and I think this is a dream to wake up and forget for the mid laner of NIP. This was not what we expected to see from him, and honestly, it doesn't really fit into the type of player that we saw from Dream at the start of 2022, before obviously Rookie came in for V5 at the time. It just feel like he was filling a spot that he has to fill, but doesn't feel that comfortable doing. It just really felt like Strive just had his number all game and all series.
I also think we need to remember one thing about this NIP team is not only losing Rookie, who, did feel like he made a lot on the team work, because we did have an iteration earlier on where it was Xiaolongbao, Dream, Botic, Rich, and PP God. And again, NIP or V5 at the time were another team that in a lot of their interviews would just comment on like how much PP God brings to the team in terms of comms, which has always kind of surprised me, considering that like you look at like the original V5 iteration he was on, and like after like that initial split, how it didn't really work in terms of comms, because ever since that, going to BLG and then coming back, it really feels like that he has had a solid voice. And with Joel coming in, that might make it like different for like Dream and Xiaolongbao and how to execute. And there's definitely still going to be like working parts with how this Ninjas in Pajamas team figures out like how they're going to function in the LPL now. At least they do still have like a bright spot like we saw against Ultra Prime to look back to. And there were moments, especially in their early games today, where it's like, okay, you can kind of see how this team will be able to function.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit of murky waters, shall we say, for the side of NIP, and we'll see what they have to do. Again, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but they have a very tough schedule coming up. They got to go up against Rookie. They got to go up against Knight. They got to do a lot of different things, and that's I highlight the mid laners not only because they are massive mid lane names, but because Dream didn't do exceptional against Strive, and I feel like he really was muted in a lot of the situations, because even when he wasn't being focused, he wasn't doing anything. And I think that's the biggest difference we can always see with people, is that sometimes it's not good enough to just go equal in lane. Sometimes you got to be active, and it's specifically when you are the catalyst of the map, the mid lane, that can affect so much with so many different moves. You can't just sit idly by. You can't just wait to see how things go, because you are going to be, unfortunately, ran down. And Strive proved today that he is just the better of the two, and I think that RA are very, very happy with how things are going to be going forward. So for NIP, lots to work on, but for RA, keep riding that momentum. They actually themselves have a pretty stringent and strict lineup coming up, but with the way they're playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a game or two, or maybe even a series.
Yeah, I definitely think, at least on paper, they're the talent, right? Strive is someone that has been exciting now, like ever since he did come in. Like their whole top side has just been phenomenal. Luoyan has been a player who, I can't remember if it was 2022 spring or like 2021 summer, but there was one split in my mind where like Luoyan was a top 3 jungler in the regular season before like going into playoffs, and
2022 spring, I believe.
I also think it was spring as well.
Yeah.
And then like we were hitting on Cube a lot. It's just about their bot lane being able to come together and them as a cohesive team, like be able to build their identity from here. So I think RA, outside of just the expected like big name, like oh look at Weibo, this conglomeration of players. Oh my God, rulers in the LPL. I think RA is one of the more exciting, like not flashy big name trade teams in the LPL to look out for as the split goes forward.
Yeah, and you mentioned about bot lane. Of course, they brought in Assam, who was on LGD last split. And
yeah.
Honestly, Assam was a very shining light, a very good silver lining for that LGD team. It felt like he was one of the few people that we kind of said, okay, not a lot you can do if your team is falling around you, but your positioning's good. You're getting those like 2v2 kills that we remember so often in the LGD series, and he was able to do a lot of stuff there. Now it's Southwind, someone who's aggressive, and obviously Leyen, and those kind of combination getting in together. This is a lineup that we could definitely see ourselves keeping a keen eye on going into the split. This could be a little bit of a little, I'm not going to say it just yet, but definitely someone we could be keeping, a little bit of a dark horse label later on.
Say it. You said earlier, you're going to live by absolutes now.
You know what? You know what? Absolutely. I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to call it here. Regular season, RA are going to get top 6. That's what I'm going to say right now. Top 6. No, actually, you know what? Even better. Top 5. They're going to be a top 5 team at the end of the regular split. But anyway, we got our MVP from game number 2. I'm going to be honest with you. I did not hear because we were having a debate in terms of this, but I believe it. Yes, there it is. Stripe coming in, getting his MVP. And honestly, for that last play alone, I think it deserves it.
I mean, Strive was an absolute animal coming in, on this Silas. He was able to completely take over. The ultimates he was able to find, and just how much they were able to dictate the pace. Like, especially the Maokai ults, right? Such an absurd ult to be able to steal away, always finding the right target, and it really just felt impossible for NIP to play into him. Strive, like we said, was kind of the exciting star when he came into this RA team. He had big shoes to fill, replacing Fofo after Fofo's probably best split like ever in the LPL.
Yes.
He really
he was a top 3, if not a top 2.
Yeah,
like it just straight up pound for pound.
And Strive might not have like matched that, but Strive came in and like he was someone who was bringing it to the big names from the get-go. So great to see him come in. Honestly, like having a diverse champion pool so he can fit in this meta quite well, goes towards the Silas, makes it work, and he probably is I'd say the most exciting player to look forward to on this roster, just because, right, he's that little bit further in his development than Assam, and he's already shown like he's a player that will have quite a high ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown the skill, he's shown the mechanics, and I think the big thing as well, he's shown the temperament. He has taken a couple of beatings, of course, and he's come back and kind of said, look, it's not going to affect me. And in the same series, he's been able to do it. So really excited to see how it goes. And again, the sky's the limit here. Very much so for RA, and I'm so pumped to see what they can do with the squad. If you're a fan of the LPL and you've been watching over the last few years, maybe what I would call like the hysterics era from where 2019 onwards is what I kind of say it, that kind of moment there. You would know that this guy has been kind of one of the maybe an upcoming mid that we'll be talking about for years to come. Still very early days in his career, still very early on in the split. We'll have to wait and see, but. I mean, it was a quick day, Lyric. We got ourselves done with a 2-0, 2-0, 4-0 on the day, and it's just, you got your day to do now. You got nothing to do except play video games. Look at you.
Wait, you mean, you know what's sad is like, with me now being in Europe and finishing it at 1 p.m., it's like, this is only like 3 or 4 hours later than we would finish some days when I would start LPL at 2 a.m. in America. It makes no sense. It's so great.
European time zones for League of Legends are in fact OP. That's just the fact. You get the Eastern leagues in the morning, you get the European League in the evening, you get the NA League at night. Everything works out here. Of course, you can watch CB LOL as well. But yeah, I mean, it's just lots to be doing here, and I'm excited to see how you adapt to European culture.
It's cold.
How many it is cold. You're originally from like the desert, so yeah, it's gonna be bloody cold. How many cheeky Nandos have you had? It's the real question.
Too many.
You've had too many. I knew you would. Too many. If you ever go to Europe or specifically the UK or Ireland, go to a Nando's. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but just trust me, go to a Nando's. But yeah, I mean, I think coming into this one now, I think we got the results we expected, but not the way we expected them to have. I think the OMG 2-0 felt like it was just kind of something that definitely took a little bit longer, but then obviously game 2 they absolutely smashed. And now for RA, they just didn't lose control. It felt like Nip had this one game plan in the early game, which was XLB invades on red buff. That's all he does, and then they get a kill or something like that, whichever lane, either top or bot, that happens to be in. But I mean, again, kind of the respective results, but also not the way we expected to get there.
I'm just surprised that we didn't see them put more into like trying to smash through bot lane. As you know, we can now bring the results up on screen. You just literally said them all, but you know what? I like visuals.
Visual representation.
Bam! That's what happened today. If you missed it, guess what? There's VODs.
Yes. Go to the VODs at LPL English on YouTube and go and check them out. But that's today's results, so we can see how that shapes up our table as we look to see now as we start to munch through the endless amounts of games that we have. OMG getting their first win, bring themselves up to 1-1, still tied in 9th place with NIP, BLG, and RNG. But RA, they're right up there with IG, and again, still exceptionally early days, but it's got to feel good to get those 2 wins on the board.
I mean, yeah, especially, you know, we're not supposed to talk about playoffs this early in the split. That's like a rule.
No, say it.
Say
Say it.
You're like, don't talk about playoffs because playoffs don't matter. Guess what? Every week in the LPL matters for playoffs because one series win or loss could be the difference of you sitting at home, eating your nice, you know, your nice little like
Your
rice
sushi
lunchbox.
and nachos.
No. You know what? Tomorrow's match is TT versus WE to start us off. That's in Xi'an. Anyone's legend, Betty and Sword Art, up against Ultra Prime. Got Ning and Bao Lan, the boys back together. Maybe later on in the day.
It's going to be a little bit later on, but as you can see, 4 teams, to be perfectly honest, who would be desperate for a win, because like we said, once the L start coming, they don't stop coming, and that's very real in the LPL. Very tight matches there tomorrow, you would imagine. So I honestly don't believe I know really who's going to be able to pick up the wins on either side. So very excited to see. And again, we're kind of waiting to see where these all kind of teams fall out, but it's always exciting to me to get the full, you know, you give it, even if it's not a public one, you give an internal representation in your head of like where this team is going to land. And I always love seeing those expectations either met or completely blown out of the water for both good and bad. It's a fun time at the start of the split.
Yeah. Sheen, do you want to know where my expectations for NIP are?
Go on. Where are your expectations?
End the show. Get us out of here. Get us out.
We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back on the same channel at the same time tomorrow. Be good to others, and most importantly, be good to yourself. We'll see you guys again.
Get us out of here, please.